Let us pray. Father, thank you for another beautiful and safe day in Johnston County. Lord, as we meet to carry out your school board business, I pray that you guide our actions and decisions to glorify your name, Lord. Please continue to bless our students, staff, and parents, as well as providing a hedge of protection around every school and keep them safe. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter a closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318, A136, to prevent the disclosure of confidential personnel files under General Statute 115C-321, to consider matters related to initial employment of an individual employee, and to consult with the board's attorney or reserve attorney-client privilege.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, second. Don't get to use your mic.
Oh, my bad.
That's okay. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of going into closed session based on the reason mentioned, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Now go into closed session.
Madam Chair.
to approve January 10th.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Carroll to approve the January 10th, 2023. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Mr. Johnson. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, 7-0. Also, I need approval of the January 10th, 2023 closed session minutes, which we read in closed session. I need a motion for that, please.
I motion we approve the January 10th, 2023 closed session meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well, 7-0. Thank you. Moving into our adjustment to our agenda, do we have any adjustments, Mr. Johnson, to the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Under special recognitions, I make a motion that we insert U.S. President Scholar Award as as letter D and move every subsequent letter down.
Okay. All right, so that would be so that would move, starting with the Gabe Patton, move it down. Okay, so it would fall actually under National Board Certified? Okay.
Yes.
Insert of U.S. President Scholar, one of our special recognitions. Mr. Carroll, any adjustments?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Donovan?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Tippett? No. Mr. Wooten? Ms. Anton?
No.
Thank you. All right, moving into our updates of our chairman and our board committees from finance. Mr. Wooten.
Ms. Andrews, we have scheduled a finance committee Friday, February the 10th at 8 a.m. And we'll get an update of the health of our financial position in the school system, as well as, I think you'll see later, we'll talk about school bus transportation. We have plenty of items to talk about in finance coming up on Friday.
So that will be this Friday. That meeting is open to the public at 8 a.m. here in the boardroom. Legal committee, Mr. Carroll.
Ms. Andrews, the legal committee met Thursday, and we interviewed 4 firms, and I'm happy to report that they were very, very good interviews, qualified people, qualified attorneys. After reviewing and interviewing the 4, the committee would unanimously recommend that we hire as the lead board attorney Ponyer Spruill out of Raleigh, and as a local attorney Gordon Woodruff, who would be tasked with doing a local attorney for fines and forfeitures, real estate, subpoenas, construction, and other legal matters as assigned by the Board of Education. And that would be a motion by the committee.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion?
What led to the decision of picking those 2 law firms?
Ponyer Spruill, their interview in terms of responding to our questions, I think, were more in-depth. And the committee, we had 3 board members representing the board, and we also had the department heads for the staff to represent the staff too also. So since they would be working with these attorneys, we felt like if they had questions, they should also be able to ask as department heads. They're close by. We had a firm from the western part of the state that was just a 3-attorney firm. They were very impressive, but they did not have any support, paralegals or anything. So they represent 2 school systems in the western part of the state, and they did not have a school system of this size that they have ever represented. Tharrington Smith, 2 attorneys from that firm came. They did a credible job, a good job of answering our questions. We have a history with Tharrington Smith, and we just felt like we needed a change. And Ponyer Spruill, as I said, their attorneys did a good job of answering appropriately, I think giving a little more in-depth answer to especially staff, exceptional children. So we felt like those 2, and Mr. Woodruff was a prominent attorney, local attorney, and he certainly fits the bill to be able to handle our local issues that in an effort, obviously, to keep our legal costs down. And also he would be more quickly, or let's say more attuned to what's going on at the courthouse. So those were our decisions, and I think it was appropriate. It was obvious that I think to all three of us and the staff that was the choices that we needed to make.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we table this decision.
We have a motion and a second. Yeah. Any
Well,
other discussion?
I'm gonna request that those motions be withdrew and we table this.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I sat in on the legal interviews. Pointer and Sproul, inside their interview, recommended having them keep a sitting attorney, as we have right now, and have them do all the other attorney business for continuity. They said when you get a local attorney matched with their services, sometimes you end up spending more money and time trying to figure out what has happened. When you spoke with Mr. Woodruff sat there and said, I have no personal relationships with anyone on this board. I don't know them. I don't know the situation. You promptly replied back to him, Gordon and I go way back. We sat together and he was the board chair. So I'm just a little confused by the decision of the two together. I kind of agree with Mr. Johnston that maybe we should table it to have more conversation, because I hadn't heard of your decision to this point.
Let's see. Well, I'm a lifelong resident of Smithfield, and Gordon was born in Selma, I think, and has spent most of his career in Smithfield. So, I do know him. I would call him a friend. I don't have any, let's say, he's never represented me for anything. We did serve on the Board of Education 20-some years ago. I know him to be an honest person. I know him to be a person that, his word is good. He enjoys a great reputation in Smithfield. I do not recall Ponder Sproul saying anything about it costing more and being a problem. I remember Ponder Sproul saying that they have this arrangement in many systems across the state and it wouldn't be a problem. That's what I recall. I don't remember them saying anything about extra cost, confusion, or anything.
No, I don't think there was, I don't recall that. I think all three firms were responsive to having a local attorney. And there is some advantages to having a local attorney. When you talk about land acquisition, you're talking about all those fines and forfeitures of the courthouse. That does have to have a local attorney. I think the key thing to keep in mind is that if Mr. Woodruff is in that position, then the duties that will be given will come through the board for those things, and the board will know what's going on with what he's being asked to do. He's not going to be the person sitting here, and I think that's the kind of setup with Tharrington you had through the years with Mr. Lawrence. Except Mr. Lawrence sat in here, and Tharrington did not at that time, because I think Tharrington's been with Johnston County for about 20-some years in doing things. Am I correct there?
That's about right.
Okay. So anyway, so I think that's the setup, and I think both Harrington, Pointer, and Sink, all three were actually understood that, because it is an attempt at a cost-saving measures. And again, all three of those, the three firms, if you will, all gave very good presentations. I made the statement, I was very impressed with the background at the Sink firm in the western part from Kings Mountain. The issue I had, there was only 3 attorneys. There are times when we, in talking to our cabinet, there are times when our cabinet is on the phone, we have more than 3 people on the phone with attorneys working on different things. That firm simply wasn't built at this time to serve this county. They serve a smaller county in Cleveland, and they serve Cabarrus, and they were given the opportunity by me. I know I gave them several opportunities to say, hey, we're willing to add people. I threw that out there and gave them the opportunity to do that. They have some really good background. I really, really like their background of each one of their individuals. At this point in time, my personal feeling is we need to go on with something firm. I don't have a problem with Mr. Woodruff. I don't have a problem with Pointer doing this. Again, we did want to run it by some of our department heads, because they're the ones that are calling everybody on a daily basis. And I think a lot of folks don't understand how many phone calls that our cabinet and how many issues you have to deal with attorneys. So that was the process, and that's why I think that's why the committee felt. And yes, and I was on the committee along with Mr. Donovan, Mr. Carroll, and myself, and that's why that's where the recommendation came from, to go ahead and do Mr. Woodruff as the local, whatever we felt comfortable with him doing. And when you do fines and forfeitures, you spend a few hours in the courthouse. It's a lot more economical to have a local attorney doing that than a firm doing that. So anyway, so that's where we are. That's the recommendation. And Kevin, you can add anything you want to add about that, but if I'm missing something.
No, I'm just going to echo what Terry said. I absolutely fell in love with Sync. No offense, Katie. No, but fell in love with Sync just because of their background and what they had. But I was just concerned that 3 lawyers that were willing just to throw, what was it, just construction in, at the top of the hat, when Brooks is going to have a ton of work coming, and require them to jump in. I mean, 3 attorneys, that's going to be tough.
And I did fail to mention, Gordon has a some-year history of representing the community college. So he has done all of these things that we have talked about in terms of contracts, human resources. But the fact of the matter remains that there are some real special facets of education law that we need to have expert attorneys that do it all the time, exceptional children, some employment claims, these types of things. So, we just feel like these are 2 competent firms that we could go with that will provide us good legal services.
I do want to say on top of that we had the staff heads, like Terry said, with us. So we asked for their opinion too, and they were very confident in Pointer Sproul. They're getting the services that they need in the time required.
I believe both firms are highly qualified to carry out services for our district. I read both of their submissions. My question with Pointer Sproul is why they were initially brought here. And they were initially brought here according to a letter that we received to start because Katie Cornetto had done an A-motion process on a member of a different school board member. And the former chairman had contacted her to bring her over here based on those reasons. I don't think that's a good reason to have an attorney here. If what you believe as the committee that they represented to you, they could best provide service to us, that's fine. You're saying that Mr. Woodruff would be our sitting attorney in the board meetings?
Would be the Pointer Sproul, it will be the lead board attorney would be sitting over there, yes.
And in true transparency, in the spirit of moving on, because I can tell that you can tell which way the votes are going to go. On October 25th, 2022, I was here, Ms. Andrews was here, and Mr. Wooten was here. And I, in my own way, asked for specific information regarding an outstanding liability or an outstanding liability regarding our previous board attorney, Tharrington and Smith. At that time, I was told that there were no outstanding liabilities with Tharrington and Smith, that it was just time for a change and an attorney contract transition. That was October 25th, 2022. That is the legal advice this corporate body received. Now, moving forward, about 3 weeks ago, we received a letter that discloses from Pointer and Sproul that there was a liability, that there was a breach of confidentiality amongst employees, and that was cited as the reasoning for Tharrington and Smith being replaced. So that is my reasoning for requesting this tabled, so I can get some clarity on that. And I think that that's very logical and straightforward, because when you ask your legal counsel for outstanding liabilities, and you are told that there are no outstanding liabilities and it's just a contract change, okay, if that's what it is, then that's what it is. But months later, we find out, which, if I'm being honest, two firms throwing each other under the bus, you find out that there were some outstanding liabilities. That is my concern. I have no concern with Mr. Woodruff. I'll be honest with you, I could care less if he's Kay's friend or not Kay's friend. He's got a great reputation in our community, and I think he would probably come in here and do it for free if you ask him. That's just what kind of guy he is. But I do have issues with the bigger firm. So, citing my issues, I would request that we approve Mr. Woodruff as our general counsel, if that's what the majority wants, and we table the larger firm for that representation.
The motion on the floor that has to be voted on.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
So if it was to be tabled, I mean, we'd have to look for what, another lawyer? I mean, what?
You would carry on business as usual till it could be further discussed. Wherever we're doing to receive those services now, which I believe Tharrington and Smith is currently providing the majority of those services, is that correct?
Some of the services, I think.
Whatever, business as usual until we can get some further clarification on the legal advice that was received on October 25th, 2022, which we received contradictory information about 3 weeks ago. That's my humble request.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay.
Can we move to amend the motion to just hire Mr. Woodruff?
Okay. You seconded, right? Yeah. Okay, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, would you why don't you repeat your motion?
We retain Ponder and Sproul firm out of Raleigh as our lead board attorney, and local attorney Gordon Woodruff to do fines and forfeitures, real estate transactions, subpoenas, construction. These are examples, so you'll understand, and other legal matters as assigned by the Board of Education.
All right, that's our motion, and we had a second from Mr. Wooten. All those in favor, would you indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
You vote no? Okay, so 4-3. Okay, thank you. Policy Committee, Mr. Tippett.
Process of doing is pretty much just, the policy committee met at this point in time where we're in the process of doing is just there's basically no policy changes. We're changing the numbers to match the state so that our policy manual matches the state in terms of policy numbers and policy things. There was no new policies coming up at that meeting, at our first meeting. And we will meet again February 16th. And again, I remind everybody that is an open meeting.
Mr. Carroll Bond Committee, any report?
No report.
Ms. Anton Legislative Committee.
We met, and it was Ms. Andrews and I that met. She asked me to do a breakdown of the meeting because it was pretty extensive. We covered a lot of ground. She brought forward the North Carolina School Boards Association agenda for the year, and we kind of went through that. We discussed the calendar resolution, where other districts are passing these measures to present to our legislators to allow our districts control over the start dates of our schools. And Mr. Vetrano will be presenting this shortly to the board. We considered ways to pick up staffing dollars and work them into part of our budget. We focused on key positions of counselors and psychologists to ensure with the ESSER cliff that's heading our way that we stay compliant with our exceptional needs programming and requirements. We went over the accountability model of testing versus growth, which is currently at 80%, 20%, and we want to watch the ongoing changes that are being proposed at the DPI on that one. We went over the charter school funding model and the push for change by the North Carolina School Boards Association. Went over the funding for SROs, and despite our very generous school safety funds, still only we still only have an allotment of $36,000 per officer when our sheriff's office costs for non-municipal areas is $90,000 per officer. So we need to locate funds to bridge the gap and keep the program in place after the grant fund ends. We went into depth into the state board teacher licensure and the new process for residency, which used to be called lateral hiring. We tried to identify possible areas we're going to need support for incoming staff if these new guidelines are moved forward. We discussed forums that we could attend to bring perspectives and information to the district and build connections, and we are trying to plan another legislative breakfast.
Thanks. Long report. Good job. Okay, now to the important things tonight, and that is to recognize all of you. So I will ask Ms. Furr to come forward to do this special time for you, and we're so glad you're here.
Good evening, everyone. And this is half of our group tonight. These are our kiddos, so I'm really excited to bring them ahead of our adults this evening. So we're going to get through them now. So the first thing I like to share is this is our parents, this is our family, this is your boardroom. So if your loved one is being celebrated tonight and you want to take a picture, do not let us get in your way. Feel free to move behind the board, move around the room, take photos as needed. And we truly mean that. Don't be hesitant. Get up and move if you'd like to. So we're going to get started with our character education students. If you are here to be recognized for character education, would you please come stand on either side of me at this time? Each month, the Johnston County Board of Education recognizes students who are excelling in the classroom for demonstrating good character. We have a group with you tonight from our South Johnston feeder pattern, and I will let you know that our friend from Four Oaks Middle School, his mom and dad couldn't be here, so we said we will hold you off when you're going to come next month. So we'll see him later, but this is our folks from South Johnston feeder pattern. And what we're going to do is we're going to introduce each one of you, and then afterwards you're going to go through and shake hands, okay? All right. The first student we're going to recognize is Miss Palmer Beckham, a fourth grade student from Benson Elementary, where Miss Takisi Dunston is principal. Palmer is being recognized for demonstrating integrity. She is an excellent role model for school and classroom expectations. Palmer is reliable and has a big heart for helping others in the classroom. She goes out of her way to assist both students and staff members when she sees a need. She has strong morals and values, and they are evident in all that she does at school with teachers and peers. She is a well-rounded student who participates in extracurricular activities, and she is an active member of the Benson Elementary chapter of First Priority. She is also a member of the Benson Elementary chorus group, Voices. Palmer brings her integrity and positive attitude to all areas of Benson Elementary. Congratulations, Palmer. Here you go, sweetie. And next, you stay right here for me. Sorry. Next, we're going to recognize Maria Madrano Valle. Yes, I did right. A seventh grade student at Benson Middle, where Dr. Dana Jernigan is principal. Maria is being recognized for demonstrating compassion. She is the captain of the Benson Middle Battle of the Books team and has read almost half of the books and presents the material to her team in a way that encourages them to read and do their best. In class, she is focused and often helps others grasp concepts. She was selected to be one of the tour guides for the Traveling Anne Frank exhibit. Not only did she give the tour to several groups in English, but she also led a tour in Spanish for some of her Spanish-speaking families. She is an excellent student who demonstrates compassion by her kindness, knowledge, and patience when teaching the material to her peers. She exhibits grace under pressure, welcomes challenges, and always rises to the occasion. Congratulations, Maria. There you go, sweetie. Next is Charlotte Thompson, a fifth grade student at Four Oaks Elementary, where Mr. T.J. Parrish is principal. She's being recognized for demonstrating respect. Her work ethic is unwavering. She puts forth her best effort into whatever she is assigned to do. This is evident in the high quality of work that she consistently turns in. Along with being a hard worker, Charlotte is also kind, trustworthy, and respectful towards her peers and adults. She is quick to extend kindness and a helping hand when her classmates are in need. In addition to being kind, Charlotte demonstrates respect in a way that she interacts with adults and follows through with her responsibilities. She's a true leader in and outside of the classroom. Her work ethic, kindness, and respectful nature are all qualities that she models well for her peers. Congratulations, Charlotte. There you go. Next, we have Elizabeth Kiefer, an 8th grade student at Meadow School. Well, did I skip over your picture? Something's wrong with my PowerPoint. I apologize. She's here with us, but please see her face here. I'm so sorry. She is an 8th grade student at Meadow School where Mr. Clint Eves is principal. Elizabeth is being recognized for demonstrating dependability. She's an amazing student and a hard worker. She has a natural talent in art, and she can design and draw anything effortlessly. We want to see that. Elizabeth works hard in all that she does. She comes in each day with a big smile on her face, ready to tackle anything that is put in front of her. She's inquisitive about things she does not understand and takes pride in all that she does. If you want something done with detail, on time, and with little to no error, she is your go-to student. You can be on my team. She exemplifies the character trait self-discipline for her 100% devotion. She leads every aspect of her life with diligence and heart. She is one of a kind, and we are grateful to have her in our classes and cannot wait to see what she does in her future. Congratulations, Elizabeth. There you go. And last but certainly not least is Mr. Jackson Durham, a senior at South Johnston High School, where Mr. William Weaver is principal. Jackson is being recognized for demonstrating self-discipline. Not only is Jackson an outstanding student with excellent time management, but he is very active in Future Farmers of America, which you can see by his nice jacket he is adorning this evening. In addition to serving as the South Johnston FFA treasurer, he currently serves as East Central Regional Historian. Is that on the back of your jacket? Please show him. All right. Jackson lives on a family farm in Four Oaks, where he works after school managing cattle and repairing farming equipment. There are several of the character traits that could be used to describe Jackson. He is honest, loyal, dependable, compassionate, and fair. He truly believes that serving others means being the best you can be and works to better himself every day. He mentors our younger students in FFA and in the IDEAL program by showing the value of hard work and dedication to all areas of agriculture and life. Let's give these students a round of applause. Congratulations. And you're going to go take it, and you follow suit. All right, and we're going to continue on with celebrating our outstanding students. I'm going to have Mr. Jude Reese come forward. And you may recognize Mr. Jude because he was recently featured on WREL. So Saturday evening, I get an email from Dr. Bracey that says, Ms. Furr, we're going to recognize this boy. I said, yes, sir, we are. This is good stuff. And then I had a member of my team email me and say, Ms. Furr, we need to recognize this fellow. I said, Dr. Bracey's on it. We are on it. Don't you worry. So Mr. Jude Reese is a senior student at Smithfield-Selma High. He is one of 2 students in the state of North Carolina and 104 students in the entire country who were selected to be a part of the U.S. Senate Youth Program. He will head to Washington, D.C. next month to shadow our senators at work. He will follow Senators Ted Budd and Tom Tillis and get to meet all of the members of the Supreme Court. He will also get to meet President Joe Biden himself. So you've seen his feature on WREL. We are interested in chronicling Mr. Jude's experience and doing an interview and kind of seeing all of the great things he's done. And I believe you were intrigued to do this because of a teacher you have at Smithfield-Selma?
Yes.
All right, you want to tell them a little bit about that?
Sure. Sorry.
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, you're good. Yeah, so I'm a senior this year at Smithfield-Selma High School. And earlier this semester, over the summer actually, I got an email from my English teacher from junior year, Ms. Suggs, just telling me about this program, the U.S. Senate Youth Program. Like she was just mentioning, sorry, but had a few allergies lately. But yeah, just outlining the program, telling me that she thought I should apply. I worked on putting my application together. So then throughout the fall, I've just been doing the written application, working on my essays, working on my presentation. I did an interview at one point. Yeah, and now I'm here, so.
All right, you can get through and shake their hands for me. So we're going to put together our own, not to throw any but to WRL, but I know our team can do even more on Jude. So look forward to that coming up. Thank you so much, Jude. And last but not least, for our students recognized this evening is Miss Morgan Simpson, who was added to your agenda, and she is a senior at South Johnston High School. She has been nominated by DPI as a U.S. Presidential Scholar in the Career and Technical Education category. Morgan has concentrated her CTE studies in the animal science pathway and is a member of the Ideal Academy, where she has maintained an A average in both her South Johnston and University of Mount Olive agriculture courses. She is an active member of the South Johnston chapter of the National FFA, where she has served as secretary, vice president, and president. Are you president now? Yes. All right. Morgan has also served as treasurer of the Johnston Federation FFA and fulfilled 2 terms as the East Central Region FFA president. She was recently selected to serve as a national FFA delegate, being one of only 10 individuals chosen to represent the 32,000 North Carolina FFA members at the national convention. Through her participation in 17 different FFA career development events ranging from livestock judging to forestry, she has sharpened her technical, employability, leadership, and communication skills. Outside of school, Morgan can be found playing church league softball. She stated, "Of all the courses I have taken, career and technical education courses are my favorite. Through CTE courses, I have found that I want to pursue a career in agricultural education." So we're going to hire her back in just a little bit, and she will advance to the next round of the U.S. Presidential Scholar Program soon. Scholars will be announced in May. So we're rooting for her, and then we're going to bring her back as a teacher.
All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're going to see Brian Betrano, okay? All right. Let's give her a round of applause. So we're going to move right along, if that's okay, with the folks who celebrate tonight. And I don't know if y'all have met Miss Melissa Pierce. She's not in here yet. But she is our chair of cheer, brings the excitement for our National Board Certified Teachers. And she says it's her mission to fill this boardroom with joy and balloons. So that's what you see before you. If we can thank her when she comes in, we'll let them file in and then we'll get going. If you're here to receive your National Board Certification, if you don't mind coming standing on either side of me, that would be helpful. And Miss Pierce just walked in the room. She's our balloon concierge. Yes, we are. Yes, ma'am. Stand on either side. All right. I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more. 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm missing 1. Did somebody have to go? One's not here. One's not here. Okay. I apologize. I'll just make sure I have everybody in a row. So next, like I said, we're bringing up our National Board Certified Teachers. The National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, the organization that sponsors National Board Certification, advocates for the advancement of student learning and achievement by establishing standards for certifying accomplished educators. Johnston County Public Schools had 8 educators receive their initial certification, and 29 educators renew their certification this year. National Board Certification is the highest credential in the teaching profession and is achieved through successful completion of a rigorous performance-based assessment. Candidates create a portfolio which includes student work samples, assignments, videos, and a thorough analysis of classroom teaching. This voluntary and self-reflective process truly tests the capacity of educators to meet the needs of their diverse learners. We have those individuals who completed their certification for the first time with us here tonight in person. And when I call your name, I'm going to present a certificate to you all. We know that you have a fancy certificate from National Board, but we wanted to give you something too. So feel free to put you're in this frame, but this is for you guys tonight. So those who received their initial certification, I do believe one of our folks isn't with us tonight, but we'll move forward with everybody else, is Miss Amanda Benson. There you go. You're welcome. Sandra Bledsoe. You're welcome. Colleen Bonner. I know you, Miss Bonner. There you go. Eric Creech. It says Christopher, but that's not his name, y'all. Thank you. Wendy Goings. Okay, sorry, there you go. Laura Hoffman. Not with us, okay. Lauren Rose. You're welcome. And Allison Rotenberry. There you go. Let's give them a round of applause. And I think we would be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the others who received their recertification, so I'm going to read their names for you if that's okay. It's Rebecca Mercer, Rhonda Greenup, Jacqueline Harrell, Barbara Weber, Karen Morrison, Donna Digby, Amber Searfoss, Samantha Lamb, Joshua Beck, Greer Suggs, Deborah Roll, Amy Harder, Natalie Holbert, Melissa Long, Angela Yelverton-Taylor, John Dodson, Christy Fisher, Carla Denning, Kara K. Hester, Michael Butler, Nicole Branch, Bridget Mazingo, Christy McLaughlin, Teresa Butcher, Amanda Everett, Cherry LaRue Flake Johnson, Robin Hyatt, Dave Henricks, and Amanda Rowland. Round of applause. Right, and y'all can go there. You can go on back. And their certification is wonderful then, but it looks so great for our district as well. We have so many national board certified teachers, and we're just really proud of them. And this next gentleman, if you don't know his name yet, you will soon know it, is Mr. Gabe Patton. I am like his one of his #1 fans. I don't know. Dr. Holmes might have him be Origin. I'm not sure. Mr. Patton was recently named one of 27 educators who were a finalist for the North Carolina Center of the Advancement of Teaching, which is NCAT, 2023 Empower North Carolina Beginning Teacher of the Year. Let's give him a round of applause. Patton, a CTE aviation teacher at Cleveland High School, was named the JCPS Outstanding First Year Teacher of the Year in April. That title allowed him to move on to compete for North Carolina's Beginning Teacher of the Year. Patton, this is not his first gig. He is a 20-year veteran of the United States Air Force. He's a lifelong learner who collaborates with other districts, DPI's Career and Technical Education Department, and local universities in an effort to grow and expand Cleveland High's program and generate learning opportunities for students across the state and the CTE Aviation program. We can't say enough positive things about Mr. Patton, and I'm sure he's going to be back before you after he's named the winner coming up. So we just want to give him a round of applause and thank him for all that he does. All right. And I had to invite Miss Humphrey literally like last minute because she got surprised last week. Last Wednesday, she was surprised as the 2023 Share the Magic Foundation Educator of the Year. And if you don't know what the Share the Magic Foundation is, it is a foundation started by Super Bowl star Malcolm Mitchell, and he has this whole foundation based off reading and getting kids involved in that. And Miss Humphrey is just doing great things at Thanksgiving Elementary. So I may repeat myself because that was kind of off the cuff, but she's a 3rd grade teacher at Thanksgiving Elementary, and she was just named the 2023 Share the Magic Foundation Educator of the Year. Since 2007, Humphrey has been a teacher with Johnston County Public Schools, serving in various roles. This is the 5th year that she and her students have participated in the Read Bowl, a free global reading competition where pre-K through 8th grade students, age teams around the globe compete to read for the most minutes during the competition. Last year, she was the world champion of this competition, which is a pretty big deal. And because of her work, the organization felt that she had the honor of being the National Teacher of the Year, which is a pretty big deal. So Share the Magic Foundation was founded by the 2017 Super Bowl champion, children's book author, and literacy advocate Malcolm Mitchell. You've become good friends with him at this point, I'm sure.
Yeah, kind of at this point.
Yeah, y'all are buddies at this point. He was a wide receiver for the University of Georgia and the New England Patriots, and he has received numerous awards throughout his athletic career. But he now focuses his passion on his love for reading, and he likes to work with educators like Miss Humphrey. So she's going to go and be honored. They're going to take her out to Atlanta, and she's going on February 25th to celebrate all that she does. Our team's been working with their department. We put together a video for them, and they'll share that about her, and we're just really looking forward to celebrating you.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Let's give a round of applause. Go for it. Thank you so much. And we wanted to just share with you a couple important dates. We know we have a lot of things going on, but it is the time of year for celebration. So on your screen, you'll see dates for Leading with the Heart celebration, which is where we celebrate the heart of our schools. That's February 16th at Facility Services Town Hall. We'd love for you to be there. I think you have a formal invitation in your packets. Showcase of Schools is a new event that we're doing this year. You're going to see a lot about it coming up. That'll be Saturday, March 4th from 11 to 1 at Cleveland High. And our Flame for Learning, which is our Teacher of the Year banquet, will be Tuesday, April 25th. We're going to get a definite date for you soon, but I wanted you to go ahead and have that for your calendar. And I will not hold Mr. Petrano up to do Employees of the Month.
Thank you, Ms. Furr. I'd like to go ahead and invite both of our February Employees of the Month to join me. Mr. Jeff Vasco is our Classified Employee of the Month. He serves as a custodian at Corinth Holder Elementary School. And I share with Mr. Vasco that he had so many nominations, and they wrote so much about him that we might be here till late in the evening if I read all of it. He said, go ahead and read it. But I share with him that I have to condense this, but I enjoyed reading all these wonderful things about him. It's obvious that he's very, very appreciated at the school. But a few of the things that they have shared, Mr. Jeff comes to work each day with a positive attitude. He works hard to ensure that our classrooms and hallways shine. He consistently asks if there's anything he can do for us or what we might need. He never complains, always goes the extra mile. He's always willing to lend a helping hand to those who need one. He works hard every day to make sure our building is safe and welcoming. He is kind and courteous to everyone he comes in contact with. If you need something, Jeff is on it, this person says. He comes in every day ready to do any job asked of him. This person says, Mr. Jeff is the hardest working custodian I have seen in my 17 years of teaching. He works so hard and never complains, just smiles and says, no problem. And it goes on and on and on and on. We can't thank you enough, Mr. Vasco, for what you do each and every day, and for the job that you do, and doing it with a smile and never complaining. Thank you so much. Congratulations on being our Classified Employee of the Month. To my left is our Certified Employee of the Month, Miss Erin McGowan. Ms. McGowan is a fourth grade teacher at Four Oaks Elementary School. Lots of wonderful things shared about Ms. Gowan too, but I have condensed this for this evening. Ms. McGowan is an integral part of our school's success. She has provided great leadership as our school improvement team chair. She participates in school improvement team subcommittee meetings, and she has led several initiatives. In the classroom, she differentiates instruction well to meet the needs of diverse learners. She maintains an inclusive classroom atmosphere. Her lessons are data-driven, differentiated, and constructive. In addition to her students' success, she ensures consistent and proactive communication with parents. She has a school-wide perspective and sees beyond the classroom, understanding the impact of a good education and experience within the school. She is an advocate for all. Ms. McGowan, congratulations and thank you for what you do each and every day at 4 Oaks Elementary School. You're certainly making a difference. Congratulations. And if you both if you wanna go around. Here's your certificate. Congratulations. And a few goodies for you. There you go, Mr. Vasco. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Wow. We appreciate what you do.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break before public comment. Public comment. Tonight, we have 9 speakers signed up for public comment. Citizens who have signed up to address the board during the public comment session will be recognized in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to present comments to the board. However, the public comment session will not exceed 60 minutes total except by a majority vote of the board. The board suggests that specific personnel or student matters be addressed to the school principal, the Johnston County Public School System official responsible for the program or facility, or to the superintendent. Citizens who address the board shall not use language that is obscene, profane, threatening, contains fighting or inflammatory words, or otherwise disruptive to the orderly conduct of business here tonight. Any person who willfully interrupts, disrupts, or disturbs an official meeting, and who, upon being directed to leave the meeting by the presiding officer, willfully refuses to leave the meeting may be found guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.17. Our first speaker for tonight is Melanie Autry.
Good evening. We're trying a new way on the computer this time. Madam Chairman, Dr. Bracy, and board members, I realize that hiring personnel when nobody applies or even wants a job is an impossible task. However, there has to be a way to alleviate the stress and overwork conditions of our classified employees, especially the IAs. The conditions continue to worsen and our employees are at a breaking point. It seems daily that I receive either an email, a text, or a phone call from an IA who is frustrated with all the extra we are required to do, that it seems that we can't get it all done, and every day the task is different. A major issue we are seeing is in the younger classrooms is where discipline or behavior plans for the students are inconsistent because the staff is not consistent. So this makes more discipline problems for everybody. This is occurring both because of staffing rotations and because sometimes it's just easier to ignore the behavior than to deal with it in the classroom with the amount of employees that were down. Special needs classrooms are understaffed across the board, and it seems to be bringing unfamiliar people into the classroom as a sub causes a lot of anxiety for our students, so it's just easier not to have the sub in the classroom, which means we're still short. I realize this affects our certified staff also. Bus driving, bus driving, bus driving. 3 routes twice a day is way too much, even 3 routes once a day. Dual employees have 2 jobs with the responsibilities of both of them. I did not say that last time that the county expects this. I said that we are voluntold. Dual employees are made to feel guilty for not doing extra driving, and that's just really not fair. Classified Advisory Council needs to come back. We could all brainstorm for our solutions. I will always be glad to help with solutions. We want to help our kids. And so we need to all work together. By having the advisory council, that would be a possibility. We all need some relief. The stress on our administrators, our teachers, and especially our IAs are at an all-time high, and I will include our board in that. We will continue to lose personnel if we don't come up with some solutions and if the money doesn't increase. Thank you so much for your time. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The next speaker is Haley Adams.
I made some last-minute changes to my speech, and I'll email you the changes. Good evening, Superintendent Bracy, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and all other respected members of the JCPS Board of Education. My name is Haley Adams, and I am the JCAIA representative for 4 Oaks Elementary School. Upon hire, it was stated that an IA is to work a minimum of 37.5 hours per week. It is assumed that those are solely classroom hours. Currently, many of us are not getting 7.5 hours in the classroom. Some are late to come in and early to leave due to lengthy bus routes. The handbook does not state the total amount of hours any classified employee should work. That is a gap in communication that needs to be closed. 38% of 4 Oaks Elementary IAs are not in their classrooms 37.5 hours a week because their routes interfere with instructional time. Our rate of pay for each duty is very similar. On our paychecks, the job codes for class time and driving time are different, but our employee identification codes are the same, meaning we are getting paid for the total amount of hours worked between both positions at similar rates. I understand that this is for payroll accounting purposes, but it gives the perception that we are not being paid as well as a driver only. Many feel that when they are clocked in as a driver, they should be paid the same as a driver, the amount of overtime instead of the amount of overtime they receive. This is a major communication gap between payroll and JCPS employees. Upon returning from the COVID lockdown, changes were made to keep everything functional. It has been 2 years and the policies and procedures that worked at that time no longer are. Most 9-month employees are working 10+ hours a day between bus and the classrooms. Some are mothers and fathers with young children who wake their kids up at 5:30 in the morning or earlier when they should be sleeping. These kids are exhausted by midday. Some of these kids are also on afternoon routes. This interferes with their education. We want to be in the classroom, so we do it, but not without sacrifice to our families, health, and well-being, all while feeling undervalued. Should we elect benefits, it lowers our checks tremendously, with many making less than $2,000 a month take-home after deductions. That is not a living wage. When a person sacrifices their time for the greater good, it is human nature to feel resentment. All of these situations are rectifiable. This is the gap that expresses our frustration. All we are asking is that you make it a priority to close these gaps with urgency. Please revisit the proposal by transportation from June 14, 2022, and come up with a solution that does not solely depend on hiring enough driver-onlys. Make driving a bus optional. If an employee chooses to continue to drive, ensure they are able to get their classroom hours as well. In the meantime, don't let these sacrifices go unnoticed by counting on our overtime to make up the difference. And finally, try to find a way to eliminate IAs driving both morning and afternoon routes so that we can get back into the classrooms where we are needed the most. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening, Dr. Bracy and members of the board. I've stood before this board previously since 2018 discussing the need for SROs in every Johnston County school. I've stated on those occasions that we need to be proactive and not reactive. It is not a matter of if, but actually now of when. Just in the past week, Rollsville had a student with a loaded firearm in school. A body was found outside the door of a school in another county. Zebulon and Wake County had threats made and first responders arrived and schools closed. Wayne County had a 13-year-old post an ISIS-type terroristic statement against blacks warning of a mass shooting and discussing police response and the lack thereof. This caused over 6,600 Wayne County schools to be removed from school. Wayne County law enforcement quickly addressed the threat and charged the juvenile, but students were sent outside while first responders went inside. What if the threat was an active shooter? This kid was working with someone else in a wood line, predicting the response was to have the kids go outside. Those students lost 2 days of school with the parents, teachers, and students on edge. What was the total cost to Wayne County taxpayers over that 13-year-old's threats? There were 51 school shootings in 2022 that resulted in injuries and deaths. The news reported recently that schools do not keep any records of threats made and incidents, and that's a mistake. December 16, 2022, I sat down with Christine Livingston. We wrote a detailed FOIA request to the Johnston County Sheriff's Office, the attention of Sheriff Bizzle, and shared this information with a sitting school board member. A total of 22 questions with subsections was submitted under the FOIA request, mostly pertaining to SROs. 25 January, we asked for an update. 26 January, we were told they were working on it. 6 February, we asked for an update. Still have nothing yet. If properly recorded within the Sheriff's Office, this request should have been observed easily within 10 days. Now our concern is that with a FOIA request, their agency is not adequately prepared. This should be of great concern for me and every child and staff member that attends JCPS, and especially me as a grandparent and the stepdad of a school teacher here. Information about SROs can be found under NASRO, which is National Association of School Resource Officers. As a retired law enforcement officer, I stay abreast of news and know the nationwide shortage is not ending soon of police officers. Once I have the sheriff's information and submit a report that investigative facts can be known and options considered for the safety of our students and school and teachers. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you? I think I am as confused as you all are in the matter of a post made by an elected board member sitting in this horseshoe today. This post was made on the 27th of January 2023 at 13:41 hours, then edited or slayed 9 times until the last edited post on 1/28/23 at 17:36 hours. The headline read, "Search Warrant." Why is another school board member putting her nose in another school board member's criminal conduct? She was elected to serve the children and the citizens, not to play an investigative attorney. I have done a verification with some agencies, and you, ma'am, are not a member of the North Carolina Bar Association. You're not an attorney, nor a law enforcement officer, nor a PI, according to all the records verification. You are an elected official to a seat on the Johnston County Board of Education. Your job and only job on this seat you hold by we the people as set forth in Policy Code 2000, Policy Code 1010, Policy Code 2120, your Code of Ethics, where number 17 says, remember always that a board member's first and greatest concern must be the educational welfare of the students attending public schools. Might I remind you of an op-ed where you wrote on February 1st, 2021, where you, ma'am, clearly stated, JC Board of Education members are supposed to be guiding our children's education, setting policy, supervising our finances. They've been entrusted by the public to act on our behalf, justly, yet it continues, the lawless, out-of-control school board. Now is the time to course correct. Then on 10/24/22, in your News and Observer Q&A, the question, why do you want to serve on the Johnston County Board of Education? Your answer, serving my community and governing to solve problems are key reasons. I am concerned about the students' learning and the future of our country. Parents need to be heard. You are working to further divide our Board of Education, not unite it. You're removing rumor and gossip by spreading information that doesn't involve you, formulating your own assumptions. If anyone should be making comments or statements on the topic, it should be Ronald Johnston himself. Lastly, a huge concern is the vile remarks by a woman who does not live in this county, nor in this state, and writes, in quotation, she said, even though that makes you a target by some, and I search of silencing those who do not agree. This seems to be threats being made by you that you have allowed. You are known by the company you keep. You know, that felon, the group that you chaired. Thank you all. Have a great night.
Our next speaker is Lisa Taylor.
Dr. Bracy, Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about an issue that we've heard about tonight and probably will continue to hear about, buses and routes. This is preventing us from attracting new employees to fill the multiple vacancies we have, and it's driving away the people we do have. Some of the people leaving are not leaving because they simply have to drive a route, but because of the ever-changing schedule of buses or routes. For example, within the first 9 weeks of school, I had 5 different bus assignments. That's a new bus every about 2 weeks. Every time a change was made, I was given various reasons as to why I was moved, and that's very frustrating. I requested to drive only AM because that's how I began the school, only a morning driver, only to be given a PM route in addition to my AM route a few weeks later. I now drive morning and afternoon, but not by choice. I have 3 children at home, and I have to make other arrangements due to driving both morning and afternoon. I work in a preschool classroom this year that requires a state-maintained staff-to-student ratio. Due to 2 routes, I enter the classroom late and I leave early. This makes it very difficult on my teacher. It leaves her out of ratio. It also disrupts the students. My administration has expressed their concern on the issue and explained that I am needed in my room and nothing has changed. I'm the only preschool IA in our school. The other positions are filled by subs. The required dual employment plays a part into why these vacancies still exist. In addition to this, we also have IAs who are filling teaching vacancies and are required to drive morning and afternoon. Where is the consistency for our students? Having various staff cover until the IA arrives on campus or has to leave early, in both cases. There are other IAs who are driving 3.5 hours in the afternoon. Those hours that they are losing are with their children in the classroom where they are needed. Certain IAs are always called to sub-drive or monitor, while other IAs are never called to drive or monitor, which is not okay. Dual employees are required to drive, but sub and still complete their IA responsibilities, and it's not fair. We're in the trenches pulling 10, 11-hour days, if not more, just to live paycheck to paycheck, put our own families on the back burner and not be treated equally. I understand that there are things that go on behind the scenes to make this county run, things I know nothing about. However, transportation has a great deal of room for improvement and equity. We, the dual employees and the drivers, are extremely burnt out, and it's only getting worse by the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Our next speaker is Jeff Holland.
Before you start my time, I think the secretary has given you the PowerPoint slides. I'm not going to go over all of these. I'll just go over a few of them, but I want you to have them there just for your reference. School board and Dr. Bracy, I've been looking forward to this moment for a long, long time, and it's great to be here in front of you. And I want to talk for a moment here about what I'm calling lifetime learners. And so at the very beginning here with the slides, I'm talking about the students who are called life skills students or low incidence population in our schools. Here's their plight in life. Low expectations are set for them. Some believe they've reached the top of what they can learn. Few believe that they can experience college at any level. They don't earn diplomas, thus they cannot pursue higher education. And when they reach high school, they remain in the same classroom for 8 years. Currently, when most students in life skill classes finish their school years, they have nothing waiting for them post-high school. Their typically developing peers, however, move forward into further education and into careers. And it doesn't have to be this way. So you go down to slide 8. Across the state, many colleges are starting to recognize this group and set up programs. But on slide 8, you're going to see that there are counties like New Hanover County that have programs that have set up and have had them set up for quite some time. The next slide. This is called the Transition Program for Young Adults there. Developed in 1997, it is a true collaborative program between school system, college, city transportation, and vocational rehabilitation. It's set up for students who are ages 18 to 21, so this would be that last 4 years that they could be in public education, but it's set up for the low incidence population. And so these are the students who are on the North Carolina Extended Content Standards, and they've got to be at the high school already 4 years before they would be eligible for this program. Teachers refer students to this program, and they do academics, but other things as well. So if you'll go to the next slide. Students go into the community 90% of the time in this program. Students work on skills, teaching them how to become independent. There, UNCW is a setting for 10 to 12 students. Here, it would be JCC. They also have 2 other locations there for students as well, too, who don't go to UNCW. But they have PE. They use a city bus. They can access the college's library. The next slide. Students have found employment with Ace Hardware, New Hanover Regional Hospital, churches, bowling alley, and so on. And of course, vocational rehabilitation is actively involved in working with students on pre-vocational skills. So if you go down just a few more slides, probably slide 16, you're going to see that this is a partnership between JCC, Johnston County Public Schools, and vocational rehabilitation. I strongly encourage you to fully support this and move forward with getting it set up, so that maybe even a pilot project could be done, and then we could step forward in the fall with a full program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erica Hall.
Good evening, Dr. Bracy, Chairwoman Lynn, Vice Chair Tippett, and board members. I'm just going to jump in and say I hope this board will consider re-investigating Policy 7305, Code of Ethics and Standards of Conduct. This policy was formerly numbered Policy 5100, referred to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction under the Academic Standards and Standard Course of Study and Supporting Resources. I reviewed some of the recent unpacking documents for social studies for high school students. So Policy 7305, as it is now, undermines NCDPI, which needs to be clarified for educators. The last line in Policy 7305 says, all people who contributed to American society will be recognized and presented as reformists, innovators, and heroes to our culture. As someone who loves history, this could be a complex standard for teachers on a professional level. For example, the only coup to transpire on American soil was in Wilmington, North Carolina. This was the Wilmington Massacre. If you know anything about that gruesome day, Charles Aycock, Furnifold Simmons, Josephus Daniels, and Alfred Waddell were a few of the white supremacist perpetrators. There's an estimation that 300 or more black people were killed. During the coup, 800 white citizens led by Alfred Waddell met at the county courthouse. They produced the White Declaration of Independence, which stated, "We, the undersigned citizens, do hereby declare that we will no longer be ruled and we will never again be ruled by men of African origin." So you're probably wondering why I'm spewing off facts. But by bringing this forward, this one example transpired on our state soil. How are educators expected to shape these individuals who clearly contributed something wrong to American society as heroes? For JCPS educators to be able to teach honest history, please reconsider revising the wording of Policy 7305. This is doing a disservice to our current educators as it forces them to sugarcoat the harsh truths. So, do educators follow NCDPI or do they follow Johnston County's Policy 7305? Suppose educators follow the current policy. Are they forced to educate students about people like Bob Jones, a Grand Dragon of the North Carolina Knights of the Ku Klux Klan from 1963 until 1969 as an innovator, a reformist, or a hero? I don't think so. But so NCDPI equips teachers to be able to supply facts so students can participate in their own qualitative analysis, which examines non-measurable data such as reputation, image, feelings, beliefs, values. Qualitative analysis explores topics such as a person or group's feelings about a government or judicial decision, president's image, or beliefs about reasons justifying war. So just the Policy 7305 is a contradiction to the NCDPI standards. It's 55 pages long, just about social studies for high school students. So teachers can't teach fundamental and true American history, and students can't have the outcome that NCDPI expects. All right, thank you.
Our last speaker is Alan Hall.
Good evening, everyone. So I read parts of this last year, but it bears repeating. It's said that history is often written by the victors, but in the case of the Civil War, the saying might not hold true. While the Union Army of the North won the war, the South may have won the narrative that followed. Soon after the failure of Reconstruction, the United Daughters of the Confederacy went to work rewriting textbooks, and therefore history, across the school systems in the South. They did so by blacklisting books they felt were unjust to the institutions of the South and publishing new ones that adhered to their distorted version of Civil War history. They reframed the Confederacy as a heroic defense of the Southern way of life against the overwhelming forces of the North. Their strategy was to preserve and teach their distorted perception of the war. This included the much romanticized lives of slaves and relationships with their masters, which has been indoctrinated into so many people's minds that it's still believed today. America is built on a lie, the lie of white supremacy. We are taught to protect that lie by pretending it doesn't exist. People here today deny white privilege, and they deny that there is racial injustice in every American institution. We are taught to ignore these things. I asked my daughter what historical black figures she learned about in school. She mentioned Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Harriet Tubman, and George Washington Carver. This means our teachers are omitting a lot of American history, such as Elizabeth Freeman suing for and winning her freedom in 1781, or Black Wall Street, the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. And this is not to mention the historic Greensboro sit-in, or the massacre perpetrated by white supremacists in 1898 right down the road in Wilmington. History is sometimes ugly, and we should be ashamed of it, but black history is American history. What is wrong with teaching our children the truth behind 500 years of lies of white supremacy? Why are people afraid of their children learning our authentic American history? The answer is that collectively and culturally, white people are still racist. That is why there are so many people adamant about protecting a lie. It is up to all of us, our schools included, to teach our children better so that maybe within their lifetimes we can overcome the racial disparities still prevalent in our society today. In closing, I ask you to revisit Policy 7305, which was formerly known as Policy 5100. Not only is it against what is supposed to be taught in the guidelines of NCDPI, but we cannot let two setting board members dictate that our American history be whitewashed to ensure little white kids' feelings are not hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. That concludes our public comments for tonight. I'll move into Dr. Bracy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this time, I ask that the board approve consent items numbers 1 through 10.
Okay, these are action items. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion we approve the consent items.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wooten. All those in favor, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. Dr. King.
Good evening, board members. This evening, we have two items. The first item will focus on our summer program test plan. This plan will lay out for you how we intend to respond to student performance on EOGs and EOCs in terms of retesting. Just a note, joining me tonight to provide this information will be Ms. Christy Stevenson, our Accountability and Program Officer. Ms. Stevenson will provide information about our plan as it is laid out. Again, this is a plan that we do request your approval for so that we can forward this plan to the Department of Public Instruction. The presentation tonight will be in two parts. Ms. Stevenson will first lay out the plan. Following the plan, we'll come back and ask you for a vote on the plan. And after the vote on the plan, we will then come back and share just some brief initial planning around our summer learning for this year. Ms. Stevenson.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. There we go. So the State Board of Education does not currently have a policy that allows for retesting. However, summer programs are recognized as additional learning opportunities for students, and therefore the readministration of an EOG or EOC is permissible. So therefore, as we did last year, we are requesting permission from our board to approve our summer program test plan. The eligible students would be those that are not proficient on an EOG or EOC assessment, with the exception of third grade reading, as that falls under Read to Achieve legislation. So those students are not eligible for retest. They would take a Read to Achieve assessment, and then if they are not successful, they would attend summer reading camp, which I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. As part of this plan, DPI does stipulate that you have to have remediation as well as the readministration occur outside of the student academic year. So with that, any student that is not proficient would receive 2 hours, at least at a minimum, 2 hours for each subject that they are going to retest in. Another thing that we need to keep in mind, the retest scores do count towards the school's overall proficiency, which goes into the school performance grade calculation. However, growth is based off of the first test, not the second test. Here is an example of what the schedule may look like. So we are providing this opportunity during the teacher work days. So Friday, June 9th through Wednesday, June 14th. Transportation will run its regular routes on these days, so transportation will continue to be provided, and schools will operate on an early release schedule. So you can see there, Friday would pretty much be our remediation day, and then retesting would start on that Monday, June 12th. We have allotted for additional remediation throughout the day if needed. So if a student fails more than one subject, they have the opportunity to continue to get remediated if needed. You'll also note there on June 12th, we recognize that that is a Letters PD Day. So we have talked with our elementary school administrators and have made the recommendation that on that day to like retest science, because typically those numbers are smaller there. And then when we think about our high school students and their EOC, basically there are 3 ways to be eligible to retake an EOC. If you pass the course, but you fail the test, you may come back and take the test. That is really what we will be offering during those work days for our high schoolers. There are 2 additional ways. You can do that through credit recovery or as part of totally repeating the course. Typically, those 2 pathways take a little bit longer time. So our high school test plan is really extended through June 30th. So any assessments given prior to June 30th would count on this accountability year. The only little caveat to that is anyone retaking English 2 would have to do so prior to June 23rd in order for us to get those assessment results back before June 30th, as there is a constructed response item. And again, students can only retake the assessment after they have received at least a minimum of 2 hours of remediation in the course outside the student academic year. Are there any questions?
I do have one.
Okay.
I've had teachers inside our district. It's high school teachers. They're concerned because a lot of their students understand that they don't necessarily have to pass the test. They don't have to pass the course, let alone the test, and they can go on and move into this credit recovery process and get passed through. So they've asked me how we deal with these students that understand they don't have to really pay attention, do the work for the semester, and can come back for 2 weeks and recover those credits and graduate. I don't know if you have any answers for me.
So, well, okay. So I was going to say it's really in how the school builds their credit recovery program. So depending upon what the student has missed, it could be a student has missed a little bit, so 2 weeks may be enough for them to come back to recover the course. But we also have students that take a whole semester to recover a course as well. So it's really dependent upon the student and how much they need to do to recover and the quality of the instruction taking place during that time. Is there anything?
The easy answer to that is what credit recovery itself means that a student has to actually come back and do the work that they didn't do. And so in order to get that credit, the student would have actually gone back and completed any assignment or any portion of the credit of the course that they didn't complete to satisfaction. So from my perspective, I think there's certainly people who don't like that as an approach, but it kind of evens itself out. So for instance, if you were the student and you had passed 80% of the course, right, and 20% of it you didn't do well on, in order to get credit recovery, you got to go back and do that 20%, right?
I think the point of the teachers that I spoke with, that they actually approached me, was that it's a 50% threshold. So every student's getting 50%, and he didn't, and she didn't know how to navigate them to even go up that 20% to hit the 70% threshold to pass the course. If you're telling me that you have a rigorous credit recovery system, that's wonderful. I would just like that looked at a little more carefully and make sure that we're meeting the needs of the kids, that's all.
And I would just add, part of our summer plan, that's why the credit recovery piece, we've extended that window because we recognize it takes more time. Those kids that have passed the course but just maybe didn't have a good test day, they're the ones that could get it done in those 4 days.
But, and I would agree. I certainly would hope that the credit recovery has the rigor in it that the course had in it, you know, that our expectations are the same.
So I will pause here, and unless you, oh, sorry.
Forgive me for not knowing, but the credit recovery, is that done online or is that a face-to-face type instruction?
So I think it's both. Yeah. Depending on the schedule of the school.
Who, are we contracting with the organization to do our credit recovery? Was it Connexus? No, who was?
And,
Is that still what we're using? Okay.
I got one more question. What is it, do I qualify for credit? I understand the other two. I mean, I can retake it, I retake the test, the EOC, or I can repeat the whole course, which would be the following semester. But, so I'm eligible for credit recovery if I fail the class? Now, if I fail the class and I fail the EOC, am I still eligible for credit recovery?
yes.
And do I take the EOC at the end of it?
At the end of credit recovery, yes, you can.
You
take-
repeat the EOC. You have to, right?
Credit recovery, it is optional to retake the EOC. Repeating the course, you have to take it.
Okay.
That is a difference.
Right, and I
But
think
we
that just says more to the rigor of credit recovery. It needs to be rigorous.
Yes, and we would encourage, especially if a student took the course during the school year, to retake the test to demonstrate that, hey, I have recovered what I was missing.
I have one more question. Do we have the materials that are necessary to make these summer courses effective for our kids?
So for the EOG, it would so they would have remediation, so we would use the same curricular resources that we've used throughout the school year to teach. And then for the EOC, same kind of principle. You would, whether I'm recovering the course or remediating, and we also do have test prep materials.
That's what I'm wondering, if we have better test prep for these students, because they clearly weren't able to retain the information to make it through the first test. Is there some sort of materials that are needed or need to be provided, something that we can assist on? Because I think I'm not in for, making children sit through these tests repeatedly
When you, Ms.
when we
Stevenson,
don't have the stuff for
use
'em.
some of those material the board approved last month?
Yes. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is an action item, so I will entertain a motion to, and I want to make sure will you do that? Well, I just want to make sure we have the motion worded right, that we are voting to accept this summer test plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Please.
all right, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we accept and approve this summer testing plan set forth by Dr. King.
Okay, second by Mr. Tippett? Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all those in favor, would you indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same?
Thank you. And then the final slide is, as Dr. King mentioned, we do have some other summer learning offerings that we will be providing. We are in the early stages of planning these, but we wanted to make you aware. So our reading camp, that is part of the Read to Achieve legislation. Last year we had that for our students in third grade who had not yet demonstrated reading proficiency, as well as our second graders that based off of their data, was showing difficulties with reading. We are also exploring adding first grade to that this year as well. So that's in the works. We're also looking at providing a summer bridge for our multilingual learners. You may remember when I shared our summative data, our EL progress data, which is the percent of our students obtaining their language acquisition skills and exiting on time. That is a data point that we have not fully recovered yet. So this summer we are wanting to provide an opportunity for those students. And finally, we have several career and technical education programs that are being offered, and they're listed there along with the dates. So just wanted to share that information with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevenson. Thank you, board members. Board members, at this time, we will present our second item. This evening, joining me to present this item will be our CTE Workforce Development Specialist, Ms. Catherine Ferrier. Board members, as I am going through and reading this item and eventually in just a few minutes reading this proclamation, Ms. Ferrier is going to be sharing some information with you about our CTE program, just as an opportunity to refresh your memories and give you some context regarding what we do as it relates to CTE every year. Every February, the Career and Technical Education community celebrates CTE Month to raise awareness of the role that CTE has in helping students gain real-world skills, explore careers to find their passion, and understand their options for career and college success. CTE Month is also a time to recognize and celebrate the achievements and accomplishments of the educational professionals in the school district who teach, coach, facilitate, support, and direct Johnston County Public Schools CTE program. And with the board chair's approval and permission, I will go through and read the Career and Technical Education Month proclamation. Johnston County Board of Education, whereas February 1 through 28, 2023 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association of Career and Technical Education, and whereas 29,337 enrollments occurred during the 2022-2023 school year in Johnston County Public Schools Career and Technical Education, and whereas students have the opportunity to gain academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for career readiness, and 2,441 industry credentials were earned by students, and whereas CTE concentrators in Johnston County Public Schools have a 98.5% graduation rate, with a 94.8% being employed, enrolled, and or enlisted after high school. And whereas career and technical education provides hands-on, real-world experiences that improve the quality of students' education and increases their engagement and achievement, and whereas career and technical education provides all students with a continuum of career development experiences and planning, which enables them to make informed and beneficial decisions about their coursework and intra- and extracurricular activities. And whereas Johnston County employers report increasing challenges related to addressing the skills gap and connecting qualified workers with achievable careers, and whereas career and technical education prepares students for these and other fulfilling careers by offering high school CTE career pathway programs of study, community college CTE credit, internships, and apprenticeships that link high school to post-secondary education, training, and work, and whereas career and technical education programs ensure that employers have access to a qualified and thriving workforce, ensuring Johnston County is a strong and competitive economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we do hereby proclaim February 1st through 28th as Career and Technical Education Month in Johnston County Public Schools. Be it further resolved that we urge all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by career and technical education in this county and to support and participate in these programs to enhance our county's economic and workplace development. Board members, we would ask your approval for this proclamation this evening.
This is an action item, so I'll entertain a motion to accept this proclamation at CTE, that February be declared CTE month.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to proclaim February 1st to 28th Career and Technical Education Month for Johnston County Public Schools.
Thank you. I entertain a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Anton. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
All right, good evening, everyone. Tonight I do have 3 items for you. The first one is HVAC upgrades, design services for those at Cleveland Elementary. Some recent work last summer revealed significant corrosion. Some piping coupons were taken. That's not to be mistaken for like a 3-piece with French fries and tea coupon. It's actual pipe sample taken. And due to neglect of preventative maintenance, that piping had corroded significantly, resulting in now the need to replace the piping, but also the valves, actuators, and insulation. An RFQ was solicited, and CPL of Raleigh NC was selected. They offered a proposal of $105,000 to provide the design and also construction admin for this project. This is an ESSER-funded project for action.
Okay, it is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the contract from CPL of Raleigh to perform the design services for a fee of $105,000 and construction.
Second.
Okay, motion and second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion?
I have one. Brooks, do we have a PM in place after this is done?
We already do.
Sweet.
Okay, no other discussion? Entertain we'll vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0.
Thank you. My second one is purchase of property adjacent to Princeton Middle High. There is a property available for purchase adjacent to the sports fields and the ag science program, kind of behind Hardee's, if you know where that is in Princeton on Smith Street. After successful due diligence with no findings, the Facilities and Construction Department recommends purchasing of this property for $100,000, and it was funded in the FY 21-22 capital appropriation.
Again, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
I move the purchase of property in Princeton on Smith Street in the amount of $100,000.
Second.
Second motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? If not, move for a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, 7-0.
And my last item is an exciting one as we kick off the 2022 bond referendum. As you know, a high school is critical for our district, as many high schools are approaching or excessively over capacity. A RFQ was quickly advertised once the voters approved that bond. Thank you, voters, and county as well, commissioners. I am proud to say that we had 19 design proposals. That's unheard of. It likens to like a Clemson football program or soon to be NC State program. But anyway, we did shortlist and interviewed 9 firms, and we selected LS3P Associates of Raleigh NC to provide the design and construction administration for this high school. The Facilities and Construction Department recommends approval to contract with them for $4.5 million or a fee of 5% of the anticipated construction costs. Additional allowance of $200,000 is also requested for survey and soils testing, geotechnical, concrete, quality control testing to complete the necessary design and construction. And again, this is a 2022 bond project for approval.
Okay, this is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion, we accept the request for LS3P Associates for the amounts given 4.5 million and an extra 200,000 for other things coming from the 2022 bond referendum.
Have a motion by Mr. Tippett, a second by Mr. Donovan. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Ventrano.
Good evening again, board members. You heard earlier that our legislative committee, one of their items that they have already been discussing is the constraints within the general statutes that outlines the development of school system calendars. And I'm excited to hear that they have taken that on as an item that they would like to discuss further, because I have chaired the calendar committee for several years now. And in fact, we have already begun convening to work on next year's calendar. And as I've shared before, we have 40-plus members on the calendar committee, and it's always nice to have new members to our team, and they come with new ideas. And the first meeting, I basically outlined all of the requirements that are in general statute for developing a calendar. And they quickly realized that many of their ideas are not allowed or are not doable under the constraints. And so what I have to share before you this evening is a resolution that is supporting local control of school calendars. And so if approved, this will be a message from our board to those in authority in Raleigh to say, give us back local control of our calendars. And I'd like to read to you, I know that you each have a copy of this and you've looked at it, but for those in our audience today and those who are listening, they may not know the challenges that are associated within the development of school system calendars. So I'd like to read, and that way everyone has an awareness and an understanding of why we're asking the board to adopt this resolution. So this is titled, "The Resolution of the Johnston County Board of Education Supporting Local Control of School Calendars." Whereas the North Carolina General Statutes give local boards of education powers of supervision and control of local school systems, and whereas control by the local Board of Education establishing school calendars is an important and integral part of school system supervision and administrative powers with which local boards of education, including the Johnston County Board of Education, have vested. And whereas in 2004, the North Carolina General Assembly enacted statutory provisions and laws controlling the setting of school calendars in an arbitrary manner and enacted a one-size-fits-all mandate on how local school calendars are to be set. And whereas the state of North Carolina is one of only 2 states with a state law dictating both the start and end date of the school year. And whereas the current one-size-fits-all school calendar start date is no earlier than the Monday closest to August 26th, and the end date is no later than the Friday closest to June 11th. And whereas the state-mandated late August start date means high schools do not complete the first semester until mid to late January or have unequal semesters. And whereas the current law essentially requires high school students to take first semester exams after the winter break or have a shortened first semester break by as much as 20 instructional days, which both negatively impact test scores according to students and educators. And whereas if the first semester is not shortened, the second semester for high schools starts 2 to 3 weeks later than community colleges and universities. And whereas superintendents report that the calendar misalignment makes it nearly impossible for high school students or recent winter graduates to take courses at nearby community colleges or universities during the second semester. And whereas exams for advanced placement and international baccalaureate classes are given on the same day nationwide, and the current calendar law shortens the amount of time North Carolina students have to learn the material before test day. And whereas with little flexibility built into the calendar, scheduling makeup days is extremely challenging. And whereas districts facing scheduling challenges due to inclement weather may shorten the number of days in the school year and increase the length of the school day, thereby negatively impacting learning as children reach a point at which they stop effectively absorbing the information they are being given. And whereas major hurricanes, flooding, and severe winter storms have caused the Johnston County Public Schools to miss numerous school days in past years, and whereas fall sports and band events begin August 1, schedules for extracurricular programs have not changed to coincide with the state-mandated school calendar. Thus, most schools have played multiple athletic contests or participated in school-sponsored events even before the year begins. And whereas local boards of education are best equipped to understand the challenges associated with balancing the community's needs and maximizing student success, and whereas restoring local control of school calendars will allow local boards of education to best meet the unique educational needs and school calendar preferences of the families, educators, and businesses in our community, while allowing for innovative and research-based approaches to improve student achievement. Therefore, be it resolved that the Johnston County Board of Education requests the North Carolina General Assembly restore local control of school calendars to best meet the unique educational needs and school calendar preferences of the families, educators, and businesses in our community, while allowing for innovative and research-based approaches to improve student achievement.
Thank you. This is an action item. I will entertain a motion.
I move that this board accept the resolution supporting local control school calendars.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wooten, second by Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? I know Ms. Anton and you worked, I appreciate the work that you did to bring this resolution to us. We all feel like it's very important. I appreciate that, both of you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, I'll move for a vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? 7-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board. The second item I have is also an action item. It's one administrative recommendation from our superintendent. It is to name Mr. Choya Boykin interim principal at Choice Plus Academy.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion. Mr. Mr. Carroll, a motion to say his name again?
Mr. Choya Boykin.
Okay. And do I have a second?
So moved.
Mr. Johnson, any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. 7-0.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Britt. We have missed you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate it. It's great to be back, although I am still freezing right now, so it is much colder. Presented, good evening, board members, Dr. Bracy. I have two items for your consideration tonight, the first of which being a budget amendment, our third budget amendment of the year, and the second of which being a renewal of our auditing contract. So to get things kicked off here with our third budget amendment, I've broken this up into two parts. The first part being just a kind of a quick review of our actual budget amendment itself. And then the second part being giving you your mid-fiscal year update. So I try to do this every year right around January. I'm a month late this time. But to give you an overview of if current trends continue, how will we end the fiscal year financially. So to start off, of course, we still have $10.9 million of local fund balance budgeted. This amendment includes what we talked about in November at our last budget amendment, but we received the information later than what we can get presented to the board, was the $8 million state reversion for charter schools. That's from state funding. That is in addition to the local funding that we transfer to charter schools. We also have a $17.1 million transfer from various PRCs or program report codes that get transferred into PRC 037, which is our flexible pot of money. If you recall from last month, the presentation was made that kind of talked about the restart model and how it's very similar to a charter school model, giving those schools, those specific schools, a bit more flexibility in how they spend their funds. And so this is how DPI allows those schools to have that flexibility. They allow us to transfer the money from one pot to another, and it gives the schools, that ability to work within their budget. Doesn't add any extra funds, it just moves it from one to the other. On the local side, we have some inflation adjustments that we need to make mid-year here. The very first one is a $542,000 transfer to cover inflation for student transportation. That's a combination of overtime cost and largely fuel. It's a big fuel increase this year. We also have $554,000 to cover utility cost increase. Both of these budgets we're going to have to watch closely throughout the year because this is the second time now that we've had to adjust those budgets due to inflation. These are our two pots of money, or two groups that we have that are being impacted the most with inflation costs, because anything that's related to trades seems to be going, well, actually one of three, because school nutrition is the third. Anything related to trades and food, the costs are increasing pretty rapidly. So we may have to come back to the board again in the near future to adjust those budgets yet again. Then, of course, we also adjusted the capital budget to cover what was approved recently with school safety. Any questions on the budget amendment before I move over to our projections and forecast?
I just had one kind of, I don't know if it's a question.
Okay.
When we kind of went through the numbers, you laid them out for us. You showed us an $8.9 million line item in ESSER 3, I think, and in ESSER 2 there was a $7.6 million line item that didn't have any specificity to it. And I requested at the time, and I'm bringing it to the public, I would like some of those funds to be used towards some maintenance items at Clayton High School. If we can fit that into the grant plan for those. The school needs serious attention. And I know that Dr. Bracey and I just recently spoke about this as well. So if you could help us guide that process, it would be greatly appreciated. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. If we can't work it out in ESSER, we may can work it out with either local or capital funds, just kind of moving some things around. But yes, I heard that the last time that we spoke, so yes, we'll do. All right. Our mid-year update, which is what I imagine most people are more interested in, if you're interested in finance at all. But our short-term financial position is impacted by two opposing things, and I've talked about this before, about the tug of war that we have going on with our budget. So we've got, and when I say positive and negative, I'm referring to financial positive and negative, because sometimes something that is financially positive for the school district is a negative for our students, and you'll see that as we start talking about some of the numbers here. So things that have a positive financial impact are vacancy savings, which of course has a negative impact, as we've heard tonight previously, has a negative impact on employees and students. Then we've had inflation, which is a negative impact all the way around. So you've got these two things that are kind of contradicting each other and pulling each direction, and you'll see how that impacts our financials here in a couple slides. So this is a very busy slide, and it's got some pretty scary numbers in here. But as of December 31st, we had 374 vacancies posted on our website, and that excludes school nutrition. So I excluded school nutrition in this list because that, as you've probably heard us talk about before, that's like a business operating within the school district. So it's sort of self-contained, or at least that's the goal of school nutrition, is to support itself. So it's like its own business. So we kind of ignore that unless they start getting into the red where they can't support themselves, but they're doing a very good job this year in staying in the black. So we've ignored that here. So we focused on what trickles down to fund balance or to local funds, because we try to pay for every position with state funds, but you run out of money in the state, and so then you have to start shifting to local once you run out of state funds. So just kind of going through this very busy slide here, we've got the different groups of employees, the program that supports that expense, and then the count of how many vacancies are in each one of those groups. And so you can see the TAs, we had 100, or instructional assistants, we had 160, 92 teachers, 7 mechanics, and so on. And then you've got 3 different calculations as to what that cost would be. So that's one of the things that for a bean counter like myself is a little frightening, is that I can't tell you today exactly how much those 374 positions would cost, because it depends widely on who do you hire for those positions. So we have salary schedules for every position that we have. So if you hire someone lower on the pay scale, you might be hiring somebody at $35,000. But if you hire somebody higher on the pay scale, you might be hiring someone at $45,000 or $50,000. And you multiply that difference by 374 positions, and that's a huge variation of possibilities that we could have from a financial standpoint. So on the low side is 0 years of experience. So if everybody we hired was brand new, had no experience coming in, it would cost $18 million. If they were mid being 5 years in, it would cost $19 million. And if everybody was higher on the pay scale, which is 10 years in for this calculation, it would be $21 million. So there's a $3 million possible variation just in what those vacancies would cost us. So unfortunately, a lot of what I'm going to give you tonight is just possibilities. It could be this, and here's how we're calculating what that range and what that possibility is. Prior to COVID, I've never had to use weighted average cost, and that's for just to do budgets. So this is why I am in the long term more nervous about our financial position, because of what could be. So to the right of that, you have what our team has calculated as the average new step. So what we did is we went back through each one of those positions and looked at, over the past year, what was the average step or place where all these employees fell on the pay scale when they were hired. And so that would kind of tell us, if that trend continued, what would we expect? So that would tell us what cost level to use for each one of those employees. So we multiply that all by a factor. So a factor in this case is precision guesswork. So, the reason why I say it's precision guesswork is because even in a normal year, we don't have 100% employment. When we have over 4,000 employees, and so there's always a certain amount of turnover. There's always a certain amount of vacancies. We don't have 374 vacancies, but you might have 30 or 40, and so that's just a factor based off of what I expect from a more normal year of how closely related these vacancies are to normal. So all of that math comes out to be a possible expected cost for those 374 vacancies of about $14.4 million. So that doesn't mean that the board has to come up with $14.4 million to cover those vacancies. So don't be alarmed. We've got more math coming that will help save the day here. So the reason why I say that 14.4 isn't the main number is because there are other costs that are associated with vacancies. And so you've got our planning period stipend that teachers are earning now. You've got our temp custodians that are helping out. We have we're a lot more subs than what we would have in a normal year, and quite a bit of overtime. So you really have to back that out. So we start with the 14.4 million, which I think is more of a range from 13 to 16 million, and then you back out these costs that would potentially go away if we did have full employment, to come down to a net projected vacancy savings of about $9 million. So probably a range of somewhere between 7.5 and $10.5 million is our true savings from vacancies. So now, if we take this a step further, what does all this mean for our financial position this year? So if we continue at our current level of revenue and expenses of what we are expecting for this year, our projected fund balance decline would be about $5.6 million. And of course, that's highly variable depending on inflation, how many positions we fill, and so on. But we're trending to spend down about $5.6 million. If you factor in what we would need for vacancy costs, that gets added to that. And then if you add back in the $8 million transfer from this past summer, And then if the low-performing schools point is added back into it, you come into a position for a normal year. So in other words, if we take out all the unusual things that occurred this year as much as we can, and we look at where would we have fallen if this were pre-COVID and pre kind of chaos, where would we have been financially? And as best we can tell, based on all the variations that we just talked about and the variability we've talked about, we probably are looking at a range of about a $3 to $6 million per year loss. In other words, we would spend more than what we would take in for revenue. So, looking at our fund balance, we started the year at $31 million, looking at potentially spending $5.6 million during the year, so that would take us down to about $25 million in a range of somewhere between 24 and 27. And the only thing I can say for certain is that this number will definitely change because it's changing daily depending on what our costs are. So I don't want to sound like Chicken Little. The sky is not falling. We are okay financially. But with that said, there is the potential for kind of a perfect storm to brew here. And so if we end up in a position where we lose ESSER funding, which we are losing ESSER funding here in, about 19 months? I think September of 2024 is the deadline for expenses unless the state gives us an extension. So we're looking at a hard deadline there, and we're paying for quite a bit of expenses for the school district out of ESSER funds. Some of the big items that we're currently paying for is we're spending about $4.3 million a year for student devices and technology. And so we don't have a way to fund that after ESSER goes away. And so we also have quite a bit of curriculum purchases that are made with ESSER. The good thing is Dr. Bracy and the team here have been very cautious about putting hiring employees and putting them in ESSER. So you hear about other school districts that are going to have to, potentially downsize. That's not in our future. So as we talk, that's why I say the sky is not falling. We're not looking at anything of that nature. But there are certain things that we may not be able to continue in the future. So if you have ESSER going away, you've got inflation coming into play. And so you've really got this kind of the storm that's brewing here, especially if we fill all 374 of those vacancies, which are typically school districts fill a lot of vacancies when the economy turns. So when unemployment goes up, with around, in the nation, school districts typically fill their ranks. And so, hopefully I'm sounding like Chicken Little at the moment and sounding like the sky is falling, but that's not the intent. We're in a really good place financially. As you saw, we're sitting at $25 million of projected ending fund balance at the end of this year. But if this storm occurs the way I'm afraid it will, it could be a possibility that we could spend $9 million of fund balance in a single year. And so that's one reason why you hear me advocating, like every time you hear me talk, I'm always advocating fund balance, fund balance, fund balance, fund balance, because that gives the board the ability to make a course correction without having to do anything drastic. So when if ESSER were to go away and you fill all the positions, it's great for students in that we have the positions filled, but we may end up spending quite a bit of fund balance all at once. And if you don't have sufficient fund balance to cover that, then the board then has to start making significant cuts to its spending. So some of the things that we are accustomed to doing, we wouldn't have the financial resources to do. But if you have a sufficient fund balance, then it buys the board time. So you don't have to all of a sudden, flip the switch and say, okay, no more student devices, no more, you don't have to start going through a cut list, of things that you have to dial back. You can start making course corrections over time. So that's the reason why I recommend what I recommend. It's not just to hoard cash or to have $25 million in the bank. It's to give the board that flexibility so that we're not, come 2025, 2024, and having a much, much different conversation. Again, we're in a really good place right now. We're not, we've got cash in the bank, and we're in a good place. I just want to try to push us and keep us in that direction.
Any questions? I'm sorry. It's a great report. I know, particularly you said with ESSER, all our tech devices are currently being paid for at ESSER, and so you're saying that's as much as 4.3 million a year.
4.3-ish million is the last I
Yeah.
saw.
Yeah. And obviously, when that goes away, that's not recurring, so local dollars will have to pick it up.
Right.
State gives very little money for technology, right?
Yeah, it's in the hundreds of thousands. It's nowhere remotely close. It is funded by fines and forfeitures at the state level.
Any curriculums that we purchase, or we've been paying out of local as well?
We have, yeah. So the plan for the ESSER or the upcoming expenditures, you'll have the next curriculum and textbook
Social
purchase
studies.
will be social studies. That would be our local and state purchase. And then after that, I think we have science, if I'm looking to my phone a friend here from Dr. King. Science. Yep, so science is next, and that would be ESSER funded, if I'm understanding right.
Any questions for Mr. Britt? It's always good to have you go over this with us. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Also remind everybody, we have a finance.
Yeah, there is a
committee
finance meeting
Friday
Friday at 8 a.m. here in this room.
Yeah.
The public is welcome to attend. I'm sure these will be some of the discussions.
We're just at the tip of the iceberg right now.
Mr. Britt, just a quick question, and I always ask you this privately, so I'll ask you publicly tonight. As far as the extension of ESSER, what is the latest you've heard about that?
I've heard the Fed has given the green light for an extension, so that doesn't mean more funding, it just means more time to spend what we have. I heard it's at the state level to determine whether or not the state will give school districts additional time.
We have no indication that the state has addressed it yet.
I haven't heard of anything. So.
Stephen, just out of curiosity, do you know what our fines and forfeitures value is right now as far as what we're pulling?
We've budgeted this year, I think, 700,000. Last year we received 800 and something thousand. So we've, probably budgeted a little bit conservative. It'll probably be about the same this year.
Is that state or just Johnston County?
That is just Johnston County. So the state side comes through, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but that runs into our PRC 015, which is our technology fund from the state.
Okay, thanks.
That number, Stephen, has that been consistent for the last 10 years? Fines and forfeitures?
Oh, it's been all over the place.
Okay.
So during COVID, it bottomed out, I think, 200,000 to 300,000, and then it rebounded this past year. Yeah, and so yeah.
We're hoping that number's going to increase here with a local attorney. sitting there.
Yes, ma'am. And this would be a request for approval.
Oh, the budget amendments. I'm sorry. I'm just so entranced. I'm sorry. I'm not doing my job here, but I was just so entranced with your presentation. Okay, this is an action item for the budget amendments. I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the budget amendment.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Johnson, second by Mr. Wooten. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My last item for your approval tonight is a one-year extension to our audit contract. It is with Anderson Smith Wyke. They are among the largest school auditors in the state of North Carolina. Our total price for the contract would be $39,500, which is in line with districts our size, and I respectfully request your approval at this time.
This is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
Yes, it's about, I think there is a small increase, but it is within a few percentage points of what we've paid in the past. It's less than inflation.
I entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we have the 2023 audit contract with Anderson, Smith, and Wyke.
A second.
Second by Mr. Donovan or Ms. Anton, doesn't matter. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Pierce, I think you're up. And I think we have a copy of your presentation as well. Okay.
This is at least an hour.
Give me
so,
just a timeout.
you know, yeah, this is at least an hour, so take all the time you need. All right, good evening, board members again. I will try my best to get you this information as fast as possible. I know at our last meeting, we asked for a transportation overview, and so we're going to give you everything we can. It's going to be a lot of information, but I have the expert here, Mr. Marlon Watson, that's going to take you through the other side of all the numbers. And so I'll start us off, and then Marlon will go. But the first slide that you have is just the numbers. And I want to start out by making it very clear that it is impossible when we talk about transportation to talk in absolutes. When I shared this data with you just a few minutes ago, Mr. Britt shared another slide, and there's already 2 more vacancies than when I put this slide together in an area. And so it's just next to impossible. So please know that as you look at numbers, they change on a daily basis, but we are getting better with numbers when it comes to efficiency, and Marlon will talk to you about what that means in a few minutes, because I know that doesn't sound like it makes sense when you say we're more efficient, but we still don't have enough staff to do it and things of that sort. So anyhow, I think it's interesting to recognize we transport 23,739 students a day are assigned to buses in Johnston County schools. And on a daily basis, 249 total buses are rolling on our rolling in our county. If you look down a little bit further down, though, you see the different runs, you see the different EC buses, you see the information on the number of drivers that are needed. 374 total employees are needed every day to run our routes. One of the things that I want to make sure that I do before we get started is to thank everyone, and I mean everyone, from that teacher assistant, custodian, school nutrition assistant that gets up at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning and cranks that bus, to the mechanic that's supposed to be working in the garage but they're driving a bus, to Marlon, who this morning was driving a bus himself. It takes all of us, and one of the things we're not seeing right now, but it's almost to that point, is what you see every day when you turn on the TV in other counties. We're currently not having to park a significant amount of buses, and that comes from the work of everyone and the sacrifice, and it is truly appreciated. The other piece that I just want to show to you here is 506 current classified employees are licensed to drive buses out of our 1,189 school-based employees. 152 driver-onlys. So back in last year when we talked around May or June, we only had 83. We made some adjustments. We'll talk about what those adjustments were, and now we're up to 152. We are having to cover 45 sub routes with subs on every single day that we don't have. Our biggest area of need for anyone who's watching and would like to drive is in the Clayton, Corinth area. Please come on over. We'd love to have you. We need all the drivers we can get. And then last but not least, at the last board meeting, it was stated that we had people that were being required to drive both morning and afternoon. We did go out and seek that. At that time, we found out there were 50 individuals that were driving morning and afternoon. And after looking at the different variables that played in, 49 of them returned to us that they would like to continue driving both morning and afternoon. And we have that documentation. And so I think it's important to say thank you to all those people. And when you talk about, you hear about dual employment policies and things, there's a lot of people too that want to drive. They'd rather work for the school system than go work at a restaurant or go pick up another job somewhere else. And so that's something to definitely take into consideration. Our current exempt and vacant staff, I think this is important to know, we currently, with our dual employment policy, have a process where we give medical exemptions, and we also give our bookkeepers an exemption, our school nutrition managers an exemption, our data managers an exemption, and this year, after we adjusted the policy, we gave the head custodians an exemption at our schools. But we still are facing vacancies. As you see there, 41 custodial vacancies. Even though we have 29 temps covering those positions, that's 29 people that are still not, that's 41 drivers that we could have, 43 school nutritions, and then 158 TA vacancies. So at the end of the day, we're sitting on 242 vacant positions that would have normally had a CDLs to give us that driver pool that we don't currently have. 9 mechanics, I'll let Marlon go into that. I visited the shop yesterday in the middle of the day when we should have a shop just buzzing, fixing buses. There was 2 mechanics in there when I was in there working on buses, because the rest of them were either out having to drive buses, fill them with gas, or work on buses out in the field, not in our shop. And we're hoping to talk to finance about that on Friday as well. And then last but not least, processing new hires. 39 drivers in the DMV class, 37 applicants waiting for behind the wheel, and then 136 waiting for the DMV class. That's just tremendous. I don't know what the right word is. Hurdles might be the right word I'll share in here today of how you get someone certified to drive a bus. And as I've shared with some of you before, there's even another hurdle. Someone who is driving today in another county, if we hire them tomorrow, they could not come into our county and drive a bus without going through a training or a road class in our county before they could actually drive. So just another one of those hurdles that we are coming up against that we want to make sure is out there. I do want to transition just briefly to duty to drive. And I will say something that maybe I shouldn't say, but I'm going to say it. As a school principal, this was the #1 policy I hated. As a county office employee, this is still the #1 policy I would say that I hate. But let me make this very clear. Something that happened 30 years ago, we cannot overcome like that. This policy went into act 30 years ago. It is one of the reasons right now that buses are running in our county versus sitting. If you look around at other counties, like I shared earlier, that don't have dual employment policies. And so I would tell you that I think we all want to work towards making sure we eliminate this. I was talking to principals today about how do I do this and that, but we still need to run that bus every day, and we've got to get students to school, and so we need to work through this to see what are the right answers. We did make adjustments in August of last year to this policy, and we did it in the regulation when we said we would start, once we hire 120 driver-onlys, we would start the exemption process. From there, we did exempt the head custodians, as you saw on the previous slide, and we would like to continue doing exemptions. But with the vacancies that we have and the driver pool we have, it would not be the best business decision for us at this time to eliminate any other drivers, as we would not be able to run buses. I would just go ahead and tell you. There will still be the need for dual employment, and as you see in this reg, we would still ask to keep dual employees somewhere between 160 and 200, and we feel we have the job pool, and you'll see that in a survey in just a few minutes, that still want that, as there are some that still want to be dual employees. But that is the decision that was made back in August. Yes?
I don't like people interrupting presentations, but the 136 waiting for DMV classes, that's the total of everybody, right, that's waiting? The wait for the class, 37, is that inclusive, or do I add all that up?
So we have 136 new employees that currently are waiting to take the class, yes.
Okay. Now, they could be IAs or?
They could be instructional assistants, they could be driver-onlys, they could be school nutrition assistants, they could be, they could be any.
How many of them are driver-only?
Do you have that off the top of your head?
There's no driver-only.
There's no driver-onlys in that. Excuse me, no driver-onlys.
We prioritize the driver-onlys, put them in the class first. and try to
Okay,
get trained.
okay, so this is, okay.
So that's all school-based then. All right, so as you know, the goal here is to decrease dual employees, increase our efficiency rating. The more efficient we are, the more funds we get. And that's an interesting formula, and Marlon will share that more. Remove any barriers to recruiting. You know, we continue to hear that recruiting is the issue here, that we cannot recruit people because they don't want to drive buses. I think it's a little over 3% unemployment rate. I don't know if we'll ever know what the answer is right now to this, but it's hard to find any position at this point in time. But we have been able to find some temp TAs, as you all have seen, and some temporary employees, and those people are not being required to drive a bus. This is some data that was received a year ago, but just so you see, 364 responded of the 427 given, talked about what role they played in the school district. Most of them were the instructional assistants. Out of that information, we basically asked them if we revised and removed the requirements, would they maintain a CDL, or would they possibly, want to receive pay for both jobs. And 169 out of that said they would still be willing to drive. And that's the data we use to say, what we could still maintain a sub pool and keep our dual employment to some degree. The other slide that I think is very important is if driver only pay was $17.50 an hour, and remember we asked this a year ago, would you quit to become a full-time driver, for lack of better words? And only 32 said they were willing to do that at that time. We said, what would influence your decision to become a full-time bus driver? And 98 stated an increase in pay would influence their decision to become a full-time driver. The next data point said, given the opportunity to no longer be a dual employed, would you rather? And the 154 said they would rather continue doing what they are doing. So they would rather be in a dual. 206 would prefer to stop driving a bus, and 4 would like to become a driver only. So we presented almost a year ago, I'd say May, June, that time frame, some things that we felt like we had to achieve. Driver pay for driver only, reduced driver vacancies, recruiter and safety trainer, and change the hiring process. At the time, board members, and I think not to speak for prior board members, the whole mindset here was if we want to get away from dual employment, then we'll pay driver onlys what the market value of someone who's working in the transportation industry, try to get people to drive buses, and then you'll either choose to drive a bus or you'll choose to go be an instructional assistant, school nutrition, what have you. That driver pay increase, it showed to help. However, we're still not even close to the market. You know, if you wanted to go drive a dump truck, which you can do with pretty much the same CDLs that you're driving a bus, you know, the pay is substantially different. You potentially could even go drive other buses, and I'll just leave it at that, and make more pay. And so we are still having trouble finding a recruiter and safety trainer. It's not because we don't have applicants, but we're not in the right area financially to get these individuals over at this point in time. And then the other thing that helped us tremendously is we changed our hiring process. We looked, before we ever offered the job and went through, we did back the driver's license check through the CDLs and went ahead and found out real quick, would you ever be able to drive a bus through your driving record? And that has sped up the process substantially. So here's the $1,750 that we talked about that we gave to the driver onlys, and we did an increase where we did $100 a month for a safety and perfect attendance bonus, and we are paying bi-monthly. Those three things have shown to be very, very positive. One of the things that was talked about originally is that once we got to the point of enough driver onlys, and we no longer had to have the dual employment policy, is that we would then pay even sub-drivers the $1,750 or whatever the rate is at the time. And so I would hope the board would still be open to that. Right now, currently though, and I won't speak for the bean counter, the overtime amount that we're paying currently will substantially help us if we get to a driver-only model, because driver-onlys are not allowed to get overtime. Did I miss anything there? So know that that is a part of the finance side of it. Last but not least, these are some things that were shared with the dual employment policy. Dual employees are just going to continue to be needed. If we want to eliminate dual employees completely, you can, but I think as long as we're currently sitting where we are with the employee shortage, you're going to have buses that we are going to have a hard time getting to run. Staff are still going to be needed to be pulled from schools. Some school staff would lose money based on currently getting overtime to drive a bus, and that is something that's going to happen. Once we get all driver onlys, which is what we're going after, you're going to have staff that lose pay because they're only going to get the 37 and a half hours. They're not going to get to 37 and a half and then any bus pay or overtime pay. The connection between home and the school, where you've got your teacher assisted or your school nutrition person or your custodians driving the bus, and they also work within the school, that's a connection that we miss when you have a driver only that all they do is drive. Schools could potentially be able to hire more staff is what's been shared with us. It would allow us to keep staff in buildings longer, as that's what I think the ultimate goal would be. And then we will have staff who drive a bus as a dual employee, not making the recommended $1,750 that we do for our driver onlys. And that information was shared prior. And so our dual employment policy, where we are, what I would tell you is I am open. I think we all are open to any feedback, solutions that we can put out there. But we also know that every single morning, that 23,739 students, we got to move those 249 buses that are running most likely 3 routes in the morning, 3 routes in the afternoon. We've got to get them to school and get them home. And so that's where we stand on the dual employment. Before I switch over to Marlon, any questions on that side of transportation?
where are our, I see the regular route, are regular routes, does that include our transportation to our choice programs? How many buses do we have running to choice programs?
I don't have that number with me tonight, but I can get it for you.
A year ago, it was 34. And Marlon's going to go through and share some things we've done to decrease, not choice programs, but other places to help a little bit.
It looks like we're trying to transition out of this dual role model, correct?
Yes.
Can you anticipate a date that we can set to be out of this model?
So we need 325 driver-onlys. That's the only date I can set. And what we've noticed in other districts is even then, you have a rolling number of driver-onlys that move on to other places. And so I wish I had a date. I will say this, we doubled in less than a year, our number. So if we keep on and maybe even look at other options, maybe we can keep doubling, but the number is the only thing I can give you.
And when you say move on, you mean pay drives that, right? Normally.
I believe you're going to have to consider pay again for driver-onlys to get there.
Are we going to leave the option open for the staff that want to do that?
Yeah, so there will be somewhere between 160 and 200 positions that we will require schools to still have as dual employment. Any other employee who wants to keep their bus license and sign up and say, hey, if you need a sub, use me, then yes, we will still need them.
There are lots they need to do that. I mean,
Yeah.
That's my experience. There are a lot of folks that, a lot of single parents, different issues that actually want to continue that. So I don't want to eliminate their ability to do that if they want to do that as we move forward.
Dr. Pierce, can you go over the 37 and a half hours that you were talking about?
So I'm going to do my very best for an so once again, the fluid number here, instructional assistants are normally their school day, not all, but it's a 37 and a half hour school, or 37 and a half for a week. Mr. Vetrano, if I messed that up, or Stephen. And then after that, they're normally assigned either a morning route, which would be 3 runs most likely, or an afternoon route. We try to do that based on if they're in elementary or high school, so that elementary normally we try to use those people to run the mornings, so they stop at their school, and usually they're there when school takes in, and vice versa. Now, you may have a school nutrition employee, it's only 4 hours, or a custodian's 4 hours. But that 37 and a half is their actual TA hours, and then their driving hours are fluid, but give or take, it depends on the routes, but, up to 12, could be even more hours a week of just driving.
Out of curiosity, is 37 and a half mandated, or is that a hard line in the sand? Do typically they work over 37 and a half?
37 and a half is when we hire what we consider a full-time TA, that's the hours that they are working. But they can work, are you asking if they can work more than that?
Yeah, I was just curious. Is that a line in the sand, or can they work more than that?
Not as a TA unless they receive some special approval from the principal. And that's all positions. We have to ensure that before people are working overtime and accruing overtime, that they get permission from their immediate supervisor to do so. I think that's kind of a standard practice in many organizations.
Is this sort of because they're 9-month employees and they work bell to bell? No?
What can cost?
The 37 and a half, does that come up from bell to bell? Morning bell to afternoon bell, evening bell? No? Okay.
I don't know why it came about, but I think what might have come about is when a dual employment position was done and they knew they would be driving a bus and getting overtime, they probably backed that number up. I don't know that for a fact, but there's so many different pieces of knowledge. As I've asked people through the last 15 years that have been a part of this, why did this happen? I will tell you, I was able to talk to someone that was here when this first started, and they said the same position that we're in right now is the reason they went to dual employment. They had no drivers, they couldn't run buses, and so they implemented a dual employment policy so that they could run the buses. I don't know the totals on the hours, though.
Are there incentives that you've seen, explored, thought about that would maybe move this process along for the drivers?
So we have talked extensively. I'll let Marlon answer that, but it seems like the job market right now is looking at flexible scheduling. People don't want to work 5 days. There's a lot of options out there, but the more flexible we become, the more we need. So does that make sense? So if we needed 325, but then we only want to let them work 4 days, we're now going to probably need 375 because we got to be flexible. But I'll let Marlon talk if he's heard it from other people in the industry.
Well, before Marlon goes, what I don't want to be is a school system, and I know we need driver-onlys to make it work, plus we need dual employment. If we don't have the salaries where they need to be with the competitors around this county and Wake County and Johnston County, we're going to be a training field. They get their CDLs. We spend all this, we want to feel like they're vested in Johnston County and not go somewhere else once they get their CDLs and all their training and all the certifications, and then jump to a new job. And then we're right back training somebody else again, which costs us double to get these drivers on the street where they need to be.
Do you, Mr. Watson, have those numbers about salary of the districts? I know Mr. Britt typically keeps them in his head.
I have some of them. I don't have. You have some salaries from other.
He'll back you up.
I do know that we are looking at potential retention practices as well. Hire you, look at some incentives, and then you got to give us 3 years or something.
And we've also done paying by twice a month, right?
Yes.
For driver onlys.
Yep.
Yes.
Which has been significant.
And I'm part of this bus driver coalition as well. And some of the things we kicked around was parents that have kids that are underage, that are not in school or school age, having them to ride the bus. But right now, tort claims doesn't cover that, and so they wouldn't be covered if there was an accident. Other things that we kicked around, a more aggressive pay scale, meaning some districts go from 0 to 30 years, but if, we're looking at 0 to 26 years, and then your last 4 years at your highest pay would go towards your retirement. So there's things that we're kicking around with the bus driver coalition group that I'm in, and there's more ideas to come, and we're actually meeting tomorrow because we want to try to get some of this information to the legislators so that they can look at how can we fix this, because it's not just a Johnston County issue, it's a statewide issue, a nationwide issue. And I think that, just putting it in perspective, this bus driver position, years ago, it was young kids transporting students to school. That position has evolved. And when I say evolved, it is now a full-time position, and it's a position that carries a lot of responsibility each and every day.
Where do we, Mr. Watson, Stephen, where do we rank as far as the people, when I say people, the counties that we touch as far as salary? Who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, where are we at?
I'm not sure because most of the salaries I have are out west.
As far as bus drivers, Mr. Petrano, bus driver salary.
Just generally speaking, Durham's probably number 1, Wake's probably 2. The closest to us.
Is that a big gap between us and Durham and Wake? It is.
And Chapel Hill Carborough City Schools play a role in that as well.
How about between Johnston and Wilson, Sampson, Barnett?
We're competitive, but the challenge when, and I know that you typically look at your neighboring counties, but you have to keep in mind the size of our neighboring counties, and we're the 7th largest in the state. So I think it's important to compare us to school systems of similar size. I think that's a better comparison than to compare us to Harnett or Sampson or Wilson.
It's all well and good unless they're paying more.
I think we might have an issue of of size of the county too. So when you look at Wake County, they're picking up a certain amount of kids, but it's much more urban and condensed, and the route isn't as large, where we are just so spread out that it creates, well, you saw 29,000 miles a day are driven by our buses. So I think that's an additional hurdle. Although we're large, we are also rural. So I hope that inside of your committee meeting that you have tomorrow, that you can come up with additional ideas.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. So I wanted to talk to you briefly about the transportation business model. I look at transportation differently than other people. And what I mean by that is I look at transportation as a business. And so within transportation, we have 8 mini departments within transportation. You have operations, you have a maintenance department, an inventory department, you have a tire shop, we have a body shop, we also have a fuel station. I call it a gas station. We have a finance department as well as a routing department. And all of these things can't be possible or run effectively or efficiently without the single most important item, which is in the middle, and that's the employees. So just kind of giving you a state of transportation. Johnston County Public Schools, we are 92.5% efficient, deemed by the state. And that means that we are very efficient, meaning we have low ride times. We have, in some cases, community stops, which helps, as well as the number of buses that you're actually running. I'll get into more of that in just a second. Over the past 5 years, we have reduced the number of buses. Some may say that is an awful thing to do. However, think about this. If you reduce the number of buses, that requires less drivers. So just keep that in mind. Anytime you hear me say reducing buses, that means less drivers. Over the last 2 years, we've increased our ridership. Just looking back at some stats from 2018 to present, we had 303 buses in 2018-19. Currently, we're running 249 buses. In 2018 and 19, we had 1,238 runs, and currently we have 1,165 runs. Back in 2018, we had 24,000 students, 24,908 students assigned. Currently, we have 23,739 students assigned. Our total ridership this year, and transportation, we only get one opportunity to count our students and report that to DPI, and that's done annually, typically in September. So it's a 1 week snapshot of how many kids we actually counted during that week. This year, we counted 16,644 students that were actually riding. So there's a big discrepancy in what's assigned and what is actually riding. That discrepancy can be contributed to kids being sick that week, kids being in sports that week, kids that typically just didn't ride the bus, as well as we're depending on drivers right now to give us that annual head count, that 1 week snapshot. Hopefully with the new software that we're rolling out currently, when we start getting kids to scan on and off the bus, this will eliminate the need for drivers to count. And believe me, it's very difficult, I understand. When kids are getting off the bus and they tell you to have a good day, it just messed up all of the kids that you counted prior to that, okay? Especially when you tell them to have a good day as well. So again, it is a difficult job, and hopefully the software that we're rolling out will help with this. Also, our earliest pickup is about 5:14 a.m. This can be contributed to our magnet model, which means kids that we're picking up district-wide, bringing them into one location. Also, our latest drop-off is 6:34 p.m. That can be contributed to early college because they release later and the ride times are longer. And again, we're delivering kids home countywide. Average ride times, anywhere from 20 minutes to 21 minutes, okay? Smart Bus Pilot Program. Johnston County was one out of 24 counties that were awarded funds to upgrade the GPS, upgrade any bus technology, such as turn-by-turn. Currently, our GPS system, our new system, is fully implemented. Our parent tracking application is fully implemented as well. Those things were actually rolled out to parents and staff prior to the winter break. Payroll is in progress. As of today, we sent payroll down to the payroll department, and we had a successful integration today. So I'm pleased to announce that our first payroll has been sent from the new software down to our payroll department, and that was successful. Also, our ridership and scans We're hoping to have this implemented mid to late March, as well as our updated routing software. We're hoping to have that implemented mid to late April.
Can you just, I hate to interrupt you.
Sure.
Can you describe what that, the student scan is?
So the student scan, each kid would have either a ID that may have a barcode, and each kid would actually scan when they get on the bus, and they would scan when they get off the bus. So that'll tell the parent that little Johnny got on the bus. It'll also tell the parent that little Johnny exited the bus. Also, when we get calls of a kid that is missing that may have fell asleep on the back of the bus, but we don't know that at the time, we can go to this software and actually see if that kid is still on the bus, contact the driver, ask them to pull over, and identify that student. So the scan is going to be very good. To me, it prevents us from having, manual errors when we do our annual head count, as well as our daily head count, because drivers are tasked with doing a daily head count morning and afternoon. The next department that we have within transportation is maintenance. Currently, our technicians are tasked with doing major repairs such as engine overhauls and engine swaps, transmission swaps. Our technicians must touch, our road technicians must touch every bus once every 30 days, okay? So North Carolina has one of the most vigorous inspection mechanisms in place for school bus inspection. So every 30 days, a bus must be touched by a route technician. If not, that bus is deemed to be out of service. Next item, we have our annual inspection score. DPI comes out each year, once per year, and they do an annual inspection of our yellow school buses as well as our activity buses. They typically inspect about 10%. And so this is like playing golf. The lower the score, the better. The higher the score, and I've never played golf, the higher the score, the worse you are. So the lower the score, the less defects they find. The higher the score, the more defects they find. And so last year, Johnston County scored 37.47, which was below state average. And then the year before, it was 48.03, which was above state average. And I think state average was around 40, okay? But I don't have that number with me, and I know, Mr. Wooten, you asked for that, and I need to get that to you. And then our activity buses were 30.0 for activity buses, and which is pretty good. So we typically, or the goal is, or the expectation is that we stay below state average. Next item would be any buses that we receive that are new. They come with a 5-year warranty, bumper to bumper. So any bus that we received in 2017 through 2022 are currently under warranty. Our mechanics must be DPI certified to inspect buses. That means that it is very difficult when you're short-staffed to bring in a mechanic to inspect buses because they're not certified by DPI, meaning they have to come in, we have to set up a class for them with DPI, and then DPI has to certify them, and then they can begin inspecting our yellow school buses. Our guys are also tasked with being on call nights and weekends because we have activity buses that travel on the weekend, and we also have activity buses that come from other counties that travel through our county as well. Currently, our staffing levels for mechanics, we have 9 vacancies, 1 LOA, one on leave of absence. We have 25 total positions. And so that gives us about a 36% vacancy rate right now. What is recommended by the state is that we should have 25 buses assigned to one mechanic. Right now, we currently have 40 buses assigned to one mechanic. So we're slightly over the ratio. Next item is our inventory department, our parts room. We have 2 employees in our parts room, a parts manager and a parts clerk. Last year, we ended our inventory with $768,936.85. Last year, we also dealt with the supply chain issue as well. It was hard to get parts, only because of the supply chain issue. What we typically do in our parts room is that the way that we track parts is that we have the part number, the bus number, and mechanic number. And so those three things have to be married together on a piece of paper, meaning when we submit our information to DPI, we need to know what mechanic, their mechanic number, what part was actually put on what bus. And so all of those things are married together in order to track the repairs that we do each and every day on our school buses. We also are tasked with doing an annual inspection, and that's done typically in June and has to be completed by June 30th. We have a tire shop. Not going to talk a lot about the tires, but we do maintain and order tires for our school buses, activity buses, as well as the transportation service vehicles. We typically do a mileage study to make sure we're getting a bang for our buck, meaning, we look at the cost per mile and how many miles we're actually able to run on tires that we get. We do run retreads on the rear, and we run new tires on the front. We have a body shop. Currently, we don't have anybody working in the body shop, but we have a body shop. And so the body shop, that person is tasked with, repairing the bus when it's damaged, wrecked. When we have a disabled bus, they go out and, pull it with the wrecker. We do have a new wrecker on order right now, and because of the supply chain issues again, that wrecker is on order, but DPI hasn't given us a timeline on when it will be delivered. The wrecker itself is at no cost to the district. However, the district would be on the hook or be obligated to pay for the boom, which is the lift on the back, in upwards of about $90,000. The next item is our gas station. We have 4 trucks right now that dispense diesel throughout the district. So we hit every school every other day, and we hit activity buses every other day as well. We have to maintain EPA and OSHA compliance and regulations. The reason I put the tank capacity in this slide is because each week I get a report of how many gallons we have in the ground and in our above ground tanks as well. And the reason for that is about a year and a half ago, when we had Colonial Pipeline had the disruption, I can report to the administration how many days we could actually function on what we have in our storage tanks. So this is very important to me in that I get these numbers each and every week. Yes, ma'am. So the state, it is. They give us kind of like a block funding, but it does come out of the state funding. And as Mr. Britt always say, we spend state first, and then we switch over to local.
Spend what the state gives us, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We always will put salaries first, and anything that's non-salary will trickle down below.
Right, but do they I guess my question is, does the state cover our complete cost for fuel? I did not know.
No, ma'am. Last year, for the first time ever, they gave us an opportunity to request some contingency funding for fuel last year, and we took advantage of that. They did it the first semester, and then they sent out another one the second semester. First semester, we were able to get some funding. Second semester, we did not.
Okay, so that comes out of our local dollars?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know?
I don't know, but I can find out for you. Sorry, Dr. Bracy.
Got it on that computer somewhere. It's I just want to make sure our efficiency rating drives our fuel, some of our funding for fuel, am I correct?
So there's 3 things that's tied into the efficiency rating. It's the number of kids we're transporting,
Right.
number of buses that are operating, and how much money we spend in current year. So what happens is whatever we do this year will impact our efficiency rating next year. So if we have a bus where we're transporting 20 kids, but the capacity says 72, then we're not being very efficient.
Or we're going from here way over there to get that student and bring him back way over here, and obviously that messes up our efficiency rate.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have the answer for you. So year to date, for our fuel, we've spent $1.1 million. Of that, we spent $608,000 out of state. So we've already exhausted our state budget. And so now we're surfacing local dollars, and we have spent $551,000 local and climate.
Yeah, and my point is, the fuel cost goes up, more money. So as gas prices go up at the pump, it comes more out of our local fund, because we've already used what the state has. And diesel's more expensive.
Now, Lynn, you just touched on something on the non-efficiency of picking a kid up, let's say from West Smithfield all the way to Micro. How often is that happening? Because I'm getting messages about that left and right.
It's happening often.
happening in your regular education programs, it's gonna happen in your exceptional children.
It is.
And that's because of where classes are located.
Foster kids, the McKinney-Vento.
MKV, pre-K.
Those are things you have no
Yeah.
control over,
But
except
we
to
do
try
not
to make them-
transport reassigned students.
Right.
Next one, we have a finance department. The finance department, we track and bill for activity bus miles, and the repair cost is actually included in that. We have a report that we have to submit to DPI annually. It's called the TD1 report. In that report, there's a lot of information that DPI requires us to add to that report, and that's just some of the things in the slide that we have to put in that report. Also, we have a TD19 report that we do monthly. So anything out of to and from transportation to school, from home to school, from school to home, anything outside of that window, we're not funded for it. So if we do middays, we're not funded. If we do after-school programs, we're not funded. If we do pre-K, we're not funded. So we have to submit that local reimbursement back to the state monthly. Also, our finance department, we're charged with the purchase and sale of activity buses and school buses. Buses are replaced based on miles and age, 250,000 miles or 20 years, whichever comes first. Also, the board must approve, when we do have replacement buses, they must approve the finance agreement. So it's kind of like a pass-through of funds going from the state to the county to pay for those pay for those school buses. JCPS was awarded 3 electric vehicles this year. One locally that we applied for through a grant, and then 2 that we actually applied, or we petitioned DPI to apply on our behalf for 2 additional buses. So total, we're looking at 4 buses, 1 diesel, 3 electric buses that we will hopefully have in the very near future. We have a routing department as well. Our routing department is probably the brains of the operation. So we offer some basic services in routing: fulfilling requests for students, scheduling school bus routes, pre-K transportation, exceptional children transportation services. We analyze bail times, we do de-assignments, and we also consolidate routes. The important thing about TIMS, back in 2020-21, prior to me arriving, our TIMS department started working with our student assignment department, and we started getting all of our information from Power School. So all the information that we get, or all the requests that we get, now comes from the school. So once Power School is updated, we get that information through an electronic process that's done nightly, and we're only as good as the information that we get, meaning if we have the incorrect address in Power School, we're going to have the incorrect address coming to us through Power School into our routing system. Also, drivers are important because if kids are not riding, it's easy to assign kids, but we have to de-assign them as well, especially if they're not riding for 10 consecutive days. That helps with efficiencies as well. Improving efficiencies by reducing time and mileage. So community stops and go hand in hand with staggered bail times if you want to have a effective and efficient transportation system, okay? And making community stops, there are some benefits. 1, it reduces the ride time for students. 2, there's a quicker turnaround time to assign kids to buses. 3rd, it's less of an impact when it comes down to de-assigning kids, because you may have a group stop, but it doesn't impact that stop because you have multiple kids assigned. Also, the maintenance and cost that you will save in fuel, distance, and time. Here's an example. This is a community stop. If you look on the left-hand side, the before picture, you see a lot of stops in the before picture. And in the second picture, you see less stops, a cleaner look. In this particular model, we went from, thought I could see it. We went from 10 stops to 7 stops, okay? And then we went from 60-minute run to a 37-minute run. 16 miles one way to 12 miles one way, 24 miles per day. 32 miles per day to 24 miles per day. We went from $17,000 in 180 days to $12,000 in 180 days. So community stops do help.
So that, a community stop's gonna be, if I'm correct, like, if we all live in the same neighborhood, you're gonna go to one spot. Is it like a certain distance from my house? And so we're all gonna get off, but I may have to walk further home?
That's a good question. Typically, our rule of thumb is elementary kids, we don't allow them to walk over 2/10 of a mile. And for middle school and high school kids, 5/10 of a mile.
Now, is that typical for, let's say, in town in Clayton versus out in Brogdon?
And that really depends on, there's one caveat, it depends on safety as well.
Agree, yeah. And, right, yeah. And if it does happen, a parent just needs to contact y'all if there seems to be a safety issue.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Do they?
So most of the time it's just in a neighborhood. Even if it's not a community stop, just reducing the amount of stops that you make in a community will be considered community stops with an S. Yes, ma'am.
Do you allow like flexibility or deviation if there's like an inclement weather situation, or, you know, not even inclement weather, but like heavy rain? You know, sometimes you get out of school and you went to school, the weather was fine, but when you're going home, it could be a little, inclement. So is there any flexibility there? I know I had a great bus driver back in the day, but she was dead set. She was stopping where she was supposed to stop, and you were getting off where you were supposed to get off. So I mean, obviously there's
So we have some employees that may do that, but we truly recommend that they stick to the script, as you stated, that they stay, they follow the route. And the reason is because there's two things. If they're not on route and there's an accident, then there's some liability issues there. Also, if I give Miss Andrews a stop at her house on this day because it's raining, and I'm a sub driver, the next day when the driver returns, now we're getting phone calls in the transportation office because we deviated from our route for one particular student, and then it comes across as being favoritism towards one. Sorry. Next slide, staggered bell times. I just wanted to kind of give you this because I know sometimes people think that, why don't we just start all schools at one time? That would be awesome if we had enough drivers and enough staff and enough buses. However, but if you look at the model here, if all schools started at the same time, elementary, middle, and high, it would take 3 buses to be at those schools at the same time, okay? So they would be transporting 180 kids to those 3 schools at the same time with no staggered bell schedule. When we look at a staggered bell schedule, you have high school, middle school, and elementary starting at different times, and you're only utilizing 1 bus versus 3 buses. The example that I would give you, the real life example that I would give you is Princeton area. Last year, Princeton area, we were starting schools we were starting schools around the same time, elementary, middle, and high. And so this year we staggered the bell schedule, and we went from 18 buses to 8 buses, servicing the same amount of students. And so again, when I talk about reducing buses, it's not a bad thing, but it doesn't require as many drivers when you reduce the number of buses that you have in your fleet. The last thing I want to say, if possible, before I open it up for questions, I've been here a little over a year, and in a year time, I've worked with some of the best people that I've seen in the state of North Carolina in our transportation department, and they do a heck of a job. They wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. They actually don't get they don't shut down until 7 o'clock at night. Even myself, sometimes I'm in the shower and I'm thinking about transportation. I'm trying to figure out why. Sometimes you wake up early in the morning, and before you have breakfast, you're thinking about transportation. So what I want to say is this. Johnston County is a very good place. It's a very good school system. I was raised here. I went to school here, and I love Johnston County Public Schools. But I want to say this, if I can, we have some of the best staff and take this from a guy that's been a couple places in the state. We have some of the best staff that you could possibly find within our transportation department. And I just want to say thank you. Any questions for me?
We have one question. You were saying. Question, you were talking about the wrecker service, 24 hours, and that we are on call for hours, and then you said if another school system's bus is traversing here and has an accident, we help them with that? In other words, we might get called to take them?
Yes, sir. We actually had the same situation last year where we had an activity bus in another county, and they actually helped us as well.
All right,
Yes,
very
sir.
good. So that happens across the state?
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir. We'll repair it and or give them a loaner bus to take back as well.
Then we send them a bill.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm all about collecting money.
But I know as a parent of a former athlete, it's good to know that county is going to help your child get home that night.
I agree.
I've been there, done that.
One of the things that we talked about previously is the devices on the buses, the bus drivers, with it being cold or hot for that nature, the iPads will tend to get cold, they'll shut down, hot, they'll shut down as well. Has there been a plan rollout for preventing this issue?
So in the summertime, what we're looking at is removing the tablets that we're not utilizing and also try to service them in the summer so they're not in the heat. And in the wintertime, which we're in winter now, we were actually looking at a couple of options like, maybe some type of thermal sleeve that we could put over the tablets. My fear is if we remove the tablets daily, that it's going to begin to wear, as well as some tablets may be misplaced and may not be relocated.
Yeah, my worry is the student scan, once that gets implemented, if the iPads aren't ready yet or they're not turned on yet and the bus starts driving, can the student scan effectively? Can we make sure that this process works?
Brand new technology that we have, which is exciting. And so we've shared back to the company as well because the stuff we have is supposed to be military grade. And so we may need to get some upgrades from the company. So we've pushed that back to them as well.
Cool, thanks.
We certainly appreciate, I think from the last board meeting, it was obvious that we wanted some updated information, and we appreciate that, and we know our finance committee is going to look at some of these issues, and we just, I don't speak for the board, but I think they agree with me. We certainly appreciate everybody. I mean, this is all hands on deck to get our students to and from school, and it concerns me that only 2 mechanics are in the bus garage fixing buses because everybody else is out driving a bus, because that in and of itself is going to have an effect. But I just hope that our instructional assistants, our custodians, our child nutrition, our mechanics, and everybody else who is getting behind the wheel of a bus to get kids to and from school, I hope they know how much they are appreciated. We could not do it without them. They literally get us to school every day.
Yes, my last item is the naming of Micro Elementary basketball court. Board members, Micro Elementary School would like to propose the naming of the basketball court for retired teacher, coach, and athletic director Danny Evans. Proposed naming Danny Evans Court. The recommendation is per board policy 9300. This recommendation was presented on November 22nd of 2022, and we ask that the Board of Education approve this request as submitted.
It is an action item. I'll entertain a motion.
I motion we approve the naming of the court.
Okay, and second by Mr. Carroll. Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. 7-0. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're at the point of informal discussion. If there's anything anyone needs to share.
I would just like to say that we approved February as CTE month, but I think we'd be remiss if we did not recognize that this is Black History Month, and that we have a lot of African-American employees and children inside these schools, and it's an important month that needs to be recognized. And I know there's a lot of schools that are doing a lot of programming and a lot of really good things around this month, and so I think we just need to recognize that.
Thank you so much. Anything else?
I just wanted to follow up one of the public comments. Can I do that? Just based on Jeff Holland's report.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to him during the break and asked him about the actual cost for what it was going to take to transport. And the statement was minimum to very little, to no cost. So, I mean, it's a program worth looking at.
I've reached out to Mr. Holland and to JCC. We're trying to set up a meeting with Exceptional Children, JCC, and Mr. Holland, and anyone else who might be interested to talk about the possibility of this. No other comments or business? Our next meeting is March the 14th. Begin closed session at 4 p.m. and open session at 5. If no else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Mr. Wooten, need a second. Second by Mr. Donovan. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.